everybody, and welcome to this Dream 11 Spy-Style 10-10 tournament here at the National Cricket Stadium. Today is going to be a very interesting match between two very important teams that would have to work hard to pull their way through. Match number 28 here, the Bayleaf Blasters coming up against the Nutmeg Warriors. It should be a very interesting match indeed. Well, before we give you the lineup and before we have some pre-match comments, let's go down to Kerry Frank, who is with the two captains for the toss.
Welcome to the toss in what we can regard as a quarter-final matchup between Nutmeg Warriors and Bayleaf Blasters. The teams are equal on points. The winner of this one advances to the next round. We have with us the match referee, Mr. Carl Felix, our captains, Andrew Fletcher and Devon Smith, and our third umpire for this match, Mr. Jerome Fraser. Mr. Match referee, over to you. The call is a tail, and it's a head. Nutmeg Warriors have won the toss. Andre, you've won yesterday. Put yourself back in contention for the semi-final. Winning the toss this morning was the decision of the Nutmeg Warriors.
We would have a bowl first.
I guess it's no surprise. All your success has come chasing. Coming up against a very good team, Devon Smith-led team. You know of his capabilities. What do you think might be a total you don't want to restrict them to?
Well, obviously, as low as possible, but at the same time, I want to be realistic. Anything that is under, 90, honestly, I would take that any day. So it's just for us as a bowling unit to come out and execute as well as possible and try our best to restrict them.
Yesterday we saw from you in your innings, you did score a lot of runs, you did score quickly, but there seemed to have been a different level of concentration. Probably you wanted to bat right through. Was that the aim? Yeah,
the coach has been asking for me to bat the full 10. It's not that I don't have that intention every time I bat, but yesterday I decided to just be a bit more calm and try to bat as deep as possible, and I'm thankful that I actually, brought victory to the team.
This match features two of Grenada's most celebrated and decorated cricketers, yourself and Devon Smith. How does it feel coming up, meeting him in what is regarded as a quarter-final match?
It's a great feeling. Smith is one I always look up to. He, Junior Murray, Raul Lewis, they are the ones that actually set the platform for people like me and Pascal and the others to come. So, it's a great honor to, play against him, and hopefully I can come out on the winning side and just shake his hand and tell him tough luck.
All right, well, Andrew, congratulations so far in the tournament and all the best at today's match.
All right, thanks very much.
Devon, we're not going to even spend a minute talking about yesterday's performance. I think everybody want to forget that from your team's perspective. But batting first and not wicket, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a good wicket to bat. Once we bat properly, put a decent total on the board, it's possible we can go and defend it.
All right, it's a quarter-final matchup, basically quarter-final matchup between yourselves and Nutmeg Warriors. Win this one, you're playing the semi-finals. How have you been able to motivate the guys from yesterday to this morning?
To be honest, we have to believe in ourselves, whatever gone, we have to believe in ourselves. Today's another day, another opportunity. Once we perform to the best of our ability, once we do the most of the things right, we'll come out on top.
Yeah, we match number 28 in the 30 matches in the round robin stage of the tournament, playing Andrew Fletcher for your final round robin match. How does it feel coming up against one of the most talented Grenadian batsmen ever produced by Grenada?
It's a good feeling. It's always good to play against Fletcher. He's a guy who really loves the game and really have a passion about the game. The only thing we have to do, try and get him early as possible. Because a lot rely on him, to get the momentum. So as long as we get him early, then we think we have a big chance.
All right, well, definitely we want to wish you guys all the best at today's match and hope for the best outcome for you all in the match.
Thank you very much.
All right, so this was the toss. Just to recap, Nutmeg Warriors have won the toss and they've inserted Bayleaf Blasters to bat.
The news is that Nutmeg Warriors, they've won the toss and they've sent Bayleaf Blasters in to bat. This is a very important match, Rafael, for these two teams.
Yeah, very important match. Actually, today will be a very important day for a number of the teams. Both teams on 7 points. And I think really both teams will be looking to win this encounter. So we expect it to be very exciting.
Yeah, we would give you the lineup during the course of this over. But Devon Smith, of course, opening there with Leon Chichester. And Akeem Alexis is going to bowl from the northern or Dabo end. It's a packed offside field, quite expected. As here is the first ball of the day. Alexis bowls to Smith, who is getting one down the leg side. And there's a stifle appeal for leg before. Smith was just looking to turn that behind square on the leg side, didn't make contact. I think it might have been a bit of contact onto the pad. Smith is in once more, is there once more, and here is Alexis bowling. Nicely flighted delivery, tantalizing delivery, one that teased him. He threw it up in the air, maybe asking Devon Smith to come down the track, and Smith decided just to push forward, played it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Here's Alexis once more to bowl to Smith. He's there now and bowls, is short, he's onto the back foot of Smith, and just pats the ball out to mid-wicket, gets a comfortable single. So 1 to his total. Cyrus going across there to his left, covering about 20 yards. The batsman had time to cross for 1. So Bailey Blasters, they're off the mark. Smith is 1, and Leon Chichester comes into strike. So Chichester, Kieran Charles, Amikal Dubisset, Duran Hippolyte, Josh Noel, Jalen Olive, Richard Rogers, Dennis Smith, Craig Williams, Ronald Williams. That's the lineup for the Bailey Blasters. So here once more is Alexis. He's going to move in to bowl to Chichester, Leon Chichester. He is moving in now to Chichester, who to this delivery is getting one outside the off stump, rocked on the back foot, and the ball beats the backward point fielder. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. Well, that looks like Regis there at backward point. It was shot outside the off stump, onto the back foot he went. And that really should have been stopped. I think he made a meal of that one. Look at it, he should have stopped that really. And it went into the boundary for 4. So Chichester is off the mark, he's gone to 4. It's 5 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of a misfeeling there by Regis. I think he went down pretty lazily, and that ball passed him and went down to that backward point boundary for 4. Simon chasing, just couldn't get there.
Alexis is in, bowls to Chichester, who gets one that turns into him. You could see as if he was seeking to pull a little outside the leg stump to cart that through the offside, but he was a little bit cramped simply because there was a bit of inward movement. Pushed the ball back on the onside for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Here once was Alexis with this last delivery of this over. Again, a slightly inward movement, but he could be happy with his first over. Alexis, he receives a round of applause from his teammates, and after 1 is 5 without loss. 5 without loss. Devon Smith is going to be taking strike. He's on 1 and Chichester 4.
Yeah, very good over by Alexis. You can see the focus. They seem really focused. Nutmeg Warriors, knowing the importance of getting 2 points from this game. You see that Chichester, who would have missed a couple games due to a slight injury, is back, and certainly Bailey Blasters, obviously, would look to play the strongest lineup. As I say, both teams need to win today. If they're going to get into the semi-final, they really need to win today. So we expect to see a really tight game. We expect to see a sort of exciting game with top players leading.
Yes, Bailey missed out yesterday, a match that they should have had a stroll in the park. Turned out to have lost the match. And of course there was a super over that led them to their demise. Josh Thomas is going to be moving in to bowl to Devon Smith. From the far end, he's passing on power mark, then on balls outside the off stump, rocked onto the back foot and cuts the ball down to backward point. Ball travelling much too quickly for them to decide to go for the single. And Donald McDonald coming in very quickly there from cover, conventional cover. You're hearing quite a lot of cheering and applauding and chirpiness. And I think they're trying to inject as much encouragement as possible into the bowler, Josh Thomas. Here once more is Thomas, turns from the top of his mark and begins to move in, straight approach. He's over the wicket now and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting onto the back foot and tugs it out to mid-on. Fletcher runs around and hurls the return to the non-striker's end, as Chichester just seemed to be struggling a bit. He was late in taking off, and Fletcher saw the opportunity to really go after the non-striker's end and just missed. but it was in fact a close call. Chichester got there in the end. So Smith, sorry, should be saying Smith got there in the end. Beg your pardon. Chichester comes into strike. Total 6 without loss. Thomas once more with a third man backward point. Cover extra cover mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. There is a fine leg. There's a deep square leg right back on the boundary. And let's see who's the other fielder. The third man also on the boundary. So 2 men outside the circle. And that's Jackson down there, third man. Here once more is Thomas, moves in to bowl to Chichester, who is driving that 2 mid on. The ball dropping just short of the mid wicket fielder, Fletcher. Didn't really cue that well. It was a full toss. And it was going very quickly. Just to the left of Fletcher, mid on, a bit straighter, and the batsman had time to cross for 1. But there was some measure of danger and error in that shot. He's now gone on to 5. Chichester, Smith is 2, 7 without loss, as Josh Thomas goes back. Umpire moving from what would have been square leg for the right-handed batsman to square leg for the left-handed batsman, as Josh Thomas moves in to bowl to Smith. Here he is now. And Smith is pulling that to mid-wicket. Good diving stop there at mid-wicket by who is it? Oh, Donald McDonald. Okay. Yeah, just picked up the fielder there rather late, but he dived to his left and knocked it down. The batsman did cross for a single though, but if that had beat him, it would have been 4 runs, Rayfel.
Yeah, good work by McDonald. They really moved quickly to his left. Ball firmly struck. And we've already seen 2 beautiful bits of feeling.
Thomas to bowl to Chichester. Chichester is cramped. Good delivery. Really well bowled. You could see him seeking to open up the shoulders. And Thomas, put it right into the body area. He could do no more than just pushed it up on the offside. The bowler on his follow through rather quickly picked the ball up. So Chichester remains on 5. Oh, you almost get the impression that there are a lot of people out there. Actually, what you're hearing is the chirpiness of all the players urging the fast bowler on. Josh Thomas turns from the top of his mark. This is the final delivery in this over. He'd want to make this a very important one. It's bowled well so far. Here comes Thomas. Leaning forward, straightens up his approach. He's there on bowl to Chichester, who is a bit cramped. And they will in fact get the single. Devon Smith saw the opportunity and called him through. The over comes to an end. Must have gotten it somewhere high on the shoulder of the bat, or maybe on the glove. And they took the single. So 2 overs gone. This is good going so far by the Nutmeg Warriors. They've restricted Bailey Blasters after 2 overs, 9 without loss.
Yeah, very good over by Josh Thomas. Really, this is a very good start. You're seeing intent. You're seeing that the players are really keen and upbeat about this game, and you see the movements on the field. 2 brilliant piece of feeling. Fletcher at mid-wicket day, having to feel that ball which was traveling and moving very quickly. Certainly, teams are very keen and excited about this game. And 2 overs being bowled, 9 runs. Really is a good start so far for Nutmeg Warriors.
Really has been a good start, admittedly. Here is a delivery. The batsman was coming down the track, and Alexis saw him coming and just pulled it down a bit. Good bowling here. He's been pretty much on spot, Akeem Alexis, as he moves in once more to bowl to Chichester. He's there now, over the wicket, bowls. Chichester is down the track and looking to tuck that, looking to hit that maybe over long on, but didn't make contact. Darrell Cyrus is down there. He might just be saying, hey, I'm going to get into business down at long on. Here once more is Alexis in now and bowls to Chichester, who is hitting the ball down to the third man area. The catch taken, and he's gone. Well, you could see that he was getting a little agitated, Chichester, because the runs were not coming. And in the end, he really was looking maybe just to advance down the track. And Simon there at a short third man took a simple catch. He was all G'd up and excited. Look at the body language as if to say, hey, I've taken one. So Chichester, with head down, goes back rather disconsolately, caught Simon there at shot. Third man of the bowling of Akeem Alexis. He is gone for 6. And Bailey Blasters, they're in a spot of bother already. They're 9 for 1.
Yeah, and it's all because of pressure. Really good bowling by Akim Alexis into his second over. Only conceded 5 runs so far, but he really, kept it really tight. You could see him concentrating almost every delivery that he bowled. To just knowing that they have been struggling to score, really looking to make room for himself, maybe to hit somewhere over backward point. But really, it was such a good delivery that he had real difficulty in trying to place that backward square, and seemingly came off the top part of the bat and went down to that short third man position where Isaiah took a rather simple catch.
Yes. So out goes Chichester. In comes Dennis Smith. So the Smith combination in the middle as Alexis, who's bowled very well, moves into bowl to Dennis Smith. He's there now outside the off stump. Pull nicely down to the deep forward square. That's going to go all the way. It was a great effort as the fielder came around from the deep backward square. That was short, and he just eased onto the back foot, and he struck that nicely down to the deep forward square boundary and got 4. Total has gone to 13, and Smith is immediately off the mark.
Yeah, good shot by Smith to open his account. A short delivery, and he played with a turn and hit it down to mid-wicket.
Alexis bowls driven, fine shot, 2 extra cover for 4. Magnificent shot outside the off stump, and it was something like a half cut, half drive. And look how he played it, half cut, half drive, beautiful shot, and it went screeching, scorching the turf down to the extra cover boundary for 4. Well, he's galloped quickly to 8. 8 of 2 deliveries, so you could see the intention. 17 for 1 as Alexis moves in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting one down the leg side, and he heaves down backward square, maybe down to a long leg preferable, down to the boundary for 4. He's come out with all guns blazing, Dennis Smith. He's gone to 12 very quickly, and after 3 the run rate has also gone up to 7. It's 21 for 1.
Yeah, impressive start by Dennis Smith. 2 beautiful shots, and I think the second delivery that he hit through the covers was not all a bad delivery. I think that he really got into position, gave himself room, and really timed it sweetly as he went through the offside for 4. Alexis in his final delivery just trained a bit down the leg side. Smith was equal that he got in and helped it around to that long leg position, and it went down to the boundary for 4. So good, impressive start by Dennis Smith.
Yeah, it was a simply wonderful display of batting there. Nothing sluggish, but he just played everything on merit. And you're right, that shot through extra cover, half cut, half drive, slashed it. It went very quickly across the turf. So Jackson is going to get his first bowl for the morning, and he's going to move into bowl to Devon Smith, who's on 3. Here's Aston Jackson in now to bowl to Smith, and he is pulling that down over the deep forward square boundary. That's gone all the way for 6. Rocked onto the back foot, and he hit it well, just a little in front of square, and it went all the way over the boundary line. That was a handsome shot there by Devon Smith, who's gone to 9. It's now 27 for 1.
Yeah, beautifully played there by Smith. Ball coming into the left-hander, and really picked it up maybe just from outside the off stump and swung it over that backward square forward mid-wicket in front of square, and it went over the boundary for 6.
Well, Fletcher has a word with his fast bowler Jackson. Maybe he's asking him to pitch the ball up and somewhere outside the off stump. Smith is a good puller. That's Devon Smith. And he likes them when they're short like that, and he can pull them in front of square. Here once more is Jackson. Wrong the wicket this time. In and bowls to Smith. Smith is cramped. Well bowled. A ball coming into the left-handed Smith. And jumping onto the back foot. Pushed it back. The bowler gets a good accommodating bounce. And he will go back. He cannot ever say really that he's not getting encouragement. They're rather obstreperous out there, rather noisy. and they're really giving him as much encouragement as possible. Turns from the top of his mark once more is Jackson, passes the umpire now and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting away with delivery down the leg side, and the wide confirmed by the umpire. Andrew having it's a little bit of a challenge, skipping across to his right. No harm done, however. The only harm would have been the wide. And Jackson is going to move from round the wicket, and he's going to be bowling over the wicket once more. So ball just a one delivery around the wicket, and he is back now to bowl over the wicket.
Well, we have seen Jackson bowl from this northern end. This is the end that he normally bowls from, but he has opened his stint from the southern end.
He bowls outside the off stump. Difficult take there for Andrew behind the stumps. Had a big swish of that one. Ball going past the bat on the edge. Below the flashing blade, rather. And Devon Smith, you can see both of these batsmen now are really trying to go into aggressive mode. As here once more is Jackson. Passes the umpire now and bowls to Smith. Smith is driving well. Fine shot, 4 runs. Beautiful shot, pitched up. And Smith came forward and he drove that ball in a rather exquisite, lovely manner. And Regis, who was there feeling at mid-off, really didn't have a chance at all. And the ball raced down to the boundary for 4. So Smith has now gone into double figures. He's gone to 13. It's 32 for 1.
Yeah, over pitch delivery there from Jackson, and Smith in the correct position, stroked it really beautiful back just on the offside of the wicket, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
Here he is again, balls, and Smith is pulling the ball in the air down to forward square. Will get a comfortable single. The return comes in. They probably thought about the second run, but the throw was a good one, just a little on the high side, and the batsman had time to cross for 1. 1 for 33 as Dennis Smith was faced only 3 balls. He's struck 3 boundaries in the process. He's 12. So he's come out rather explosive as Jackson once more from the far end would begin to move into the right-handed Dennis Smith. Here he is now, leaning forward, passes the umpire and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is getting a short delivery that he handles well. Fine shot for 4. Now that was absolutely beautiful. If you talk about the extra cover drive that he hit, that one was shot outside the off stump and he got him on the toes. Now remember, he's a small man and was able just to open the face of the bat and glided the ball nicely. There was a fielder at backward point and the third man, and it went very quickly between both of them down to the boundary for 4. So he's gone to 14 very quickly of just 4 deliveries, and at the end of 4 is 37 for 1.
Yeah, good partnership building here. There are 28 added so far, but good shot by Smith. Again, not trying to hit the ball too hard, just getting into position and using the pace from Jackson and steering it down to backward point. It really came off the bat very quickly, and it rushes down to the boundary.
Well, there'll be a change of bowling from the northern or the Darbo end as Sheldon Joseph will bowl. We've just, of course, come to the end of the power play. Third man is in. Sweeper right back on the boundary. Extra cover is also boundary right in. Long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep forward square, and that's deep mid-wicket, a square leg, and fine leg delivery that is wrapped him on the pad, and Dennis Smith is going down the track. He really was scampering down the track. Devon Smith was not at all interested in the single. I think his eyes really won the ball instead, and Andrew from behind the stumps came up very quickly, and maybe in the end discretion prevailed as he had to put on the brakes. Dennis Smith screeching halt, and all is well. That ends well, they say proverbially. Bayleaf Blaster sent into bat there, 37 for 1. Devon Smith taps away at the crease, as here once more is Joseph in now, and bowls to Smith. Smith is pulling that, tugs the ball up to Fletcher, who fields down at the long on position. They go through for a comfortable single. So one more to Devon Smith, who's gone to 15, and Dennis Smith comes into strike. He's 16 of 4 deliveries.
4 boundaries.
4 boundaries, beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Rebel. It shows that you're alert You must have had a good sleep last night too, didn't you?
Yes, certainly I did.
Very well. So here once more, it's going to be Joseph. Will move in to bowl to Dennis Smith. He's just about there now and bowls to Smith. Smith is getting a delivery that swung a bit in the air and pushed the ball out to extra cover. Got a single, but you could see a bit of movement in the air. 1 to his total. That's Dennis Smith's total. Has gone to 17. 39 for 1 brings the left-handed Smith into strike. So the field is rather spread.
And has been good bowling by Joseph so far in his first over, just going for 2. But you could see that he's concentrating on where he pitches the delivery. And that last one just swinging a bit away from the right-handed batsman.
Joseph to Devon Smith. Just goes onto the back foot and turns it neatly behind square. And the batsman had time to cross for 1. So 1 more to Devon Smith, who's now got to 16. Dennis Smith, who is 1 ahead of him, comes back into strike, 40 for 1.
Again, you are seeing movements from Joseph there. The ball to the left-handed Smith, pitching maybe around middle stump and going further down the leg side. So he's actually moving the ball away from the batsman. And really, he has started well.
Here he is once more, bowls to Smith. Smith hits that. The ball peels off the outer edge. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Well, certainly that's not where he wanted to hit it. He wanted to hit it much straighter, but he really went after it. And they tell you that if you're going after those deliveries outside the off stump, you've got to go hard. And that's what he did, went hard. And the ball inadvertently went down to the third man area. So he has collected his 5th boundary. He's gone to 21. And 20 runs already. Of those 21 have come off boundaries.
Well, look, wide delivery, it would have been signaled wide if the batsman didn't touch it, and Smith really went hard after it.
Joseph bowls, hit down to the long on position. There was some swing attached to that ball too, and they got a single as Darrell Cyrus came off the boundary. So 1 more run to Dennis Smith takes his tally note to 22. At the end of 5, we're at the halfway mark. 5 overs gone with Devon Smith not out 16. Dennis Smith will be taking strike 22, 45 for 1.
Yeah, good partnership building. They are so far added 36. And Dennis Smith came in and really looking positive. He's 22 from 7 deliveries. So really he's motoring on. And they experienced Devon Smith. And this pair will want to make sure that they set the sort of foundation that really going to make it really, really stiff. For whatever score that Nutmeg Warriors will have to chase.
Yeah, but after a good start, just a 1 wicket falling, and that was Chichester, who was caught Simon at a short third man of the bowling for Lexus. He went for 6, 9 balls. Raphael Crony is giving way to Ali de Bellat, as here is Jackson. Moving in now to bowl to Dennis Smith, who is wrapped on the pad. There's a stifle appeal for leg before Andrew has to dart for it. And the batsman goes through for a run, was it? Yeah, so he must have gotten a little nick onto that and then maybe cannered into the pad. Saw the opportunity for the single while the keeper had to dart back and make a bit of scrabble for it. Total has gone out to 46 for 1. Dennis Smith, who is Devon Smith, beg your pardon, who's 16, comes into strike. Morning, Ali.
Good morning, Pastor, and good morning to all the listeners, wherever they might be.
As it's once more Jackson. He's been expensive, moves in with his 2nd over, in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is looking to pull that from outside the off stump down to the mid-wicket area. You could see that he did move across his stumps early before the bowler really came in. Or delivered rather, and had a big swish at that one, lost his body shape, and Andrew collected behind the stumps. Turns once more from the top of his mark and begins to move in. Once more is Jackson in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is feeling for that outside the off stump. He's got to be careful. That could have been a little bit of a feather. And Andrew collecting behind the stumps. I think this little movement that Devon Smith is doing, that doesn't help him really. It interferes with his shape. I think he's experienced enough to remain still. Doesn't really have to have those exaggerated movements before the bowler bowls the ball. 46 for 1. Good bowling in this over so far by Jackson, who comes in once more and bowls to Smith. Smith is looking to drive outside the off stump. Well bowled there by Jackson. He sprayed it a little bit wide, but it's certainly inside the white line. And Andrew collecting, doing good service behind the stumps for the Warriors as he turns once more in bright sunshine. Here is Jackson. This is a very good comeback over for him, and begins to lean forward, straightens his approach, lengthens and strengthens those strides. He's there now on balls to Smith. Smith is hitting the ball back to the bowler, and there's a bit of a muddle here. Ooh, the bowler is really protesting. I don't think there'll be much of a problem. There was an opportunity for the single, at least that's what Dennis Smith thought. They were coming down the track and got into the path of the bowler on his follow through. Now, you could see that he was sort of protesting it, and the keeper protested too. But I think the batsman was within his right because he was trying to get to the opposite end.
Well, remember not too long ago there was a scenario like that with Pollard.
You're right. So here he is once more with the last delivery of this over. In now on balls to Smith outside the off stump. Wide confirmed this time by the umpire as Andrews going across to his left and collected it. That one was sprayed a bit too wide. Total remains on 47, but outside of that has been a good over, really good over by Jackson, who turns once more from the top of his mark. The deep backward square comes into the circle, and the third man, the backward point, goes right back on the boundary right in. As here is he once more. That's Jackson in now and balls to Devon Smith, who hits that in the air. The catch is going to be taken. No, dropped there at mid-off, and they will in fact come through for the single. Now it was struck rather hard, I dare say, to the right of the field at that mid-off by Smith. Look at him going across to his right, and really should have taken the catch, but in the end he spilled it. Cyrus made an effort there, and the batsman saw the opportunity, took the single. So Devon Smith has got alive. He's gone to 17 though, and the end of a very good over, really good over by Jackson, and at the end of it, after some 6 overs, it's 48 for 1.
Yeah, a very good over indeed from Jackson. Just 2 runs and 1 wide. I think the catch, the fielder, I think it's Cyrus there, he sort of got his hand confused as to how to take the catch. So I'm making a signal whether he should take it with the cup up or whether the cup should be facing the ball and muddling it. But could it be a costly chance? A lot of these open batters and good batsmen like Smith and these guys, when you get these opportunities, a lot of time they make good use of it.
Yeah, there's some people you can't drop. If you drop a tail ender, well, you stand a better chance of dislodging them. But when a top order batsman is dropped, then you know you could be in a bit of a bother. Darrell Cyrus is the new bowler, moves in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is off the back foot and just runs the ball down to deep backward, down to backward point. And Alexis running across there to his right, but the batsman had time to cross for 1. So 1 more to Smith, who's now gone on to 18. Dennis Smith, who is on 23 now, comes into strike, just taking guard. Alexis moves from the backward square position, will be going to a backward point, contrasting location, as here once more will be Darrell Cyrus moving in to bowl to the enterprising Dennis Smith. He's there now and bowls outside the off stump. Big swish of that one. The ball goes down to third man. Let's see what the umpire would say. I think he's going to signal what? Let's see what he's going to say. Well, he signals wide. So nobody got a nick onto that. Smith was really going after it. And Andrew didn't collect well. The 50 has now been posted. 49 deliveries, 29 minutes. There's 7 fours and 1 6. As here is Cyrus bowls short. Off the back foot is Smith. Pulls the ball down to Fletcher, who stays down there at long on, waits for it, and sends a very good return to Charles. The batsman had time to cross for 1. 1 more to Devon Smith, who's gone out to 19. as Dennis comes back into strike. And here once more is Cyrus. Moves in. He is going to pull. He's asking the third man fielder to go a little bit more to his right. There he is now. The ball is hit in the air, dropping just in front of Fletcher. And that's Dennis Smith. The return goes to the keeper's end. They go through for a single. Maybe it's a good thing he took a little pace off that shot. It would have gone right down the throat of Andre Fletcher. 53 for 1. Smith comes back into strike. Here is Cyrus in, bowls to Smith. Smith is hitting that in the air. Now somebody's going under it. Fletcher. The catch is going to be taken. Smith goes. Caught down at long on of the bowling of Cyrus. Fletcher takes the catch. Darren Smith goes for 19. It's now 53 for 2.
A bit surprising in there from Devon. He looked comfortable in the wicket, but he never really get going. In fact, his 19 runs is off 22 deliveries. In a 10-10, probably you don't want a better run rate than that.
Certainly agree with that. Just looked a little agitated. Previous over, you can see him moving around the lot in the wicket. And Smith doesn't have to do that, Ali. I think his main concern, really, in my humble opinion, should be to remain and decide to bat right through the innings. And he doesn't have to lose his shape. His best shots are when he plays in a very orthodox manner. When he's moving about and getting agitated, that's when his downfall comes about. And so he's gone. Caught Fletcher of the bowling of Darryl Cyrus for 19. They've lost another wicket. Jalen Olive comes in to join Dennis Smith.
And when you move about in the wicket, you sort of preempting what the bowler will bowl. And a lot of times he doesn't bowl that, so you get yourself a bit confused.
Here's Cyrus in, bowls to Smith. Smith is wrapped on the pad, looking to pull. Good delivery there by the youngster. Total remains on 53 for 2. Cyrus again passes the umpire. He's in and bowls, and that is swung. Beautiful shot. 4 runs. Well, he did move down the track a little bit. I would love to see that shot again. He moved down the track just a little and then tugged that from outside the off stump through mid wicket. Now you got to have a bit of skill to play that shot to climax the over. And at the end of it, 9 runs coming off Darryl Cyrus's over is 57 for 2.
But he did make up for the fact that he did get Devon Smith after dropping him. But the shot Devon Smith, I think is a lot more than a little bit of skill, because he took that from outside the off stump from a leg spinner. Yes. So the ball was still going further away from him, and he swept it beautifully. That's a good shot. I think I've seen a few of that from Atinez also.
Yes.
I think it's now called the slug sweep.
Yes. But it really was a lovely shot. It's called for a great sense of dexterity to do that. John Olive, who is going to be taking strike now, and Josh Thomas, who had 1 for 4 before this, had a good start, will move in to bowl to Olive. Third man and fine leg back on the boundary, and Fletcher is suggesting that the man down at the sweeper should go a little bit more to his right. He positions himself at backward point, extra cover, mid off, long on his right back on the boundary. There's a conventional mid wicket as Thomas comes in now and bowls to Olive down the leg side. Another good take at all there by Andrew. I think he's going to chide himself, going across to his right, wide to his left rather, white signal by the umpire. So total is gone now by 2 to 59 for 2.
I think also the fact that he seems to be a bit far back and the ball was dipping on him, and probably need to take a couple steps up.
So Dennis Smith now comes into strike. The run rate now 8.43. Josh Thomas turns from the top of his mark in bright sunshine here at the National Stadium, begins to lean forward, straightens his approach, lengthens those strides. He's there now and bowls to Dennis Smith, who gets a good delivery, short rising delivery, and Dennis Smith is jumping into defense, plays it up on the offside. Fletcher comes in very quickly from a backward point, picks the ball up. The batsman had time to cross for 1. So 1 more to Dennis Smith, who has gone to 29. Jalen Olive, who is yet to score, comes into strike. Well, he hasn't faced the ball as yet, so he's facing for the first time. The mid of Fletcher was sending him, but sending the long on right back on the boundary. Comes in once more is Thomas in now and bowls to Olive. Olive gets a short delivery, goes onto the back foot and just swings it down to backward square. Would get a comfortable single. So he's off the mark, is Olive, and the total has moved on to 61. 61 for 2. Josh Thomas has bowled well, hasn't he?
Yes, and not many of the innings we have seen the third man and the fine leg on the boundary. That seems to be a part of a plan, but he's bowling well and he's bowling pretty quick too. And I think these two players are in the right position.
Yes, well done. Comes in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Dennis Smith, who is off the back foot. Plays it very well and gets the ball easily, just pushes it out to extra cover. Saw the opportunity for the single and they call each other through. So one more to Smith, who has now gone on to 30, and Olive, who is 1, comes in to strike 62 for 2. And Smith will come up and have a word with Olive. What do you think he might be telling him, Ali?
The ball seems to be coming a bit quicker than you think.
Well, I don't know if he'd want to hear that, but it's a good observation. If Dennis Smith has observed that, then he should just let him know, maybe you need to play just a little quicker. Here he comes in once more. Is Thomas in and bowls to Olive. Olive gets a short delivery that he has a rather ungainly swish at. Doesn't make contact. Andrew collects behind the stumps. That's right. He's really bowled such a wonderful spell this morning. He's got the ball to bounce, has bent his back considerably, and though he has not picked up a wicket, but his services have been quite remarkable.
He has bowled 1 or 2 good spells. He's sort of up and down, but this definitely is one of his better ones.
Absolutely. He's really bowled well this morning. Turns once more and begins to move in to bowl to Olive. Olive is swinging that down to the deep backward square, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Well, I thought that was a lovely shot. It was somewhere onto the leg stump, and he got onto the back foot. It was short, got inside the line, and swung it very well down to backward square, more like a wideish long leg, and the ball went very quickly across the turf into the boundary for 4. So he's now gone on to 5, and the total is pushed on to 66 for 2.
Excellent shot, but I think the guy at the backward square leg, he seems to be the one that had the better chance to get there, but he stood up and give the other one the opportunity, and then he missed it. Probably just passing before he got to it.
Regis making the effort there, but couldn't save a boundary. Here is a delivery by Thomas on the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire as Andrew having to go across to his left. Took it. Loves his game is Andrew. Animated keeper. Always encouraging his bowlers. Certainly will develop as time goes on in his glove work. 67 for 2. Olive is 5. Smith watches on from the non-striker. Striker's end, he's on 30. As here once more is Thomas with the last delivery in this over, bowls and French cut down to Regis there at long leg. Will get a single. He was looking for the big booming drive, and the ball took the on the edge. Got a single though, so Oliver's now gone on to 6. The over comes to an end. 8 overs gone. 68 for 2. 68 for 2. And the run rate 8.50.
And I don't think it's what the Bayleaf blasters would like. They really will have to start blasting the way. 68 for 2 in the 8th over, just 2 more overs. And as we said so often here, you have to try to get up to the 100 mark as a sort of average and go beyond. And from here on, till that the 2 batters will have to really blast their way.
So Sheldon Joseph is pulled back into the attack from the northern Ordab wind, and he's going to be bowling his gentle military medium pace. Moves into bowl to Olive. Olive is hitting that hard into the ground. The bowler picks up on his follow through. He didn't cue it very well. Bowler, after fielding the ball, stared down the wicket at him. Goes back in a rather workman-like manner, turns from the top of his mark and begins to move in. Once more, he's there now and bowls to Olive. Olive is tugging that down to backward square. Well, fine leg rather. Will get a single. Could see him really opening up the shoulders and going to give it the big bang. Didn't make good contact. He hasn't been timing the ball well. Just the one ball he's timed so far. Got a single though. So he's gone to 7. Dennis Smith, who is 30, comes in to strike as once more Joseph moves in. He's bowled very well. In now and bowls to Dennis Smith. Dennis Smith is pulling that well down to the forward square. Is that sufficient to go to the boundary? No. The fielder rather, sends the ball to the keeper's end, and they come back for what would be the second run. Look for a moment as though it may have gone down to the boundary.
For once, I don't think the pace of the ground is like what it was in the past days. It seemed a bit slow today.
Samuel Charles doing very well down at the deep middle area, and he got into a muddle. That's Smith. Smith was looking to dill scoop that one. Well bowled there by Sheldon Joseph. He looked rather ugly in the end. So the keeper collecting behind the stumps. Here once more is Sheldon Joseph moves in now to bowl to Dennis Smith, and Smith goes outside the off stump. Now this is good bowling. Goes outside the off stump very quickly, and the bowler saw it and speared in the Yorker. Just able to dig it out.
Well, wherever you stand, a Yorker is always a good delivery, and he chose to stay way outside the off stump and still bowl the Yorker, and was very effective.
Yes, 72 for 2. Well bowled, Joseph, who is going to move in. This is the final delivery of this over to bowl to Olive. Olive gets a wayward delivery outside the off stump and had a big swish at it. Is this going to go into the boundary? It does so now. Down to third man. Very fine. So 4 runs there. Must have gotten just a little, yes, a little outside edge. Would have been a very difficult take for Andrew, to be fair to him. And the ball raced down to the third man boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary there for Jalen Olive. He's gone to 11. Dennis Smith, who was just tapered off a little bit there, he came in with all guns blazing. He's 33, and after 9, 76 for 2, 76 for 2. And I think, Ali, that the Nutmeg Warriors might well be happy with the performance they've had so far this morning.
Yeah, but so far in the competition, the team batting first on the first day, on the first innings, usually have just that little bit of problem. Seems to time the ball, something. Obviously the wicket has been covered overnight and there might be a little bit of moisture. Also the pacers tend to get a lot more pace and bonks in this early innings, and the bowlers have been bowling extremely well.
Yeah, they certainly have. I think Fletcher would be very happy with the services of his bowlers. They've done very well, I must admit. They've been on target. They've been odd wide here and there. Extras are 7, so there have been 7 wides. They didn't turn out to be extraordinarily costly. So here's going to be Darryl Cyrus with the final over. In to bowl to Smith. Smith is off the back foot, hits the ball out to extra cover. Thought about a single. Olive sent back by Dennis Smith. So a dot ball. Cyrus is in once more to bowl to Smith. Smith is advancing down the track. Hits that nicely. Inside out. Over extra cover. 6 runs. Pitched up. That's what he was looking for. And he aimed the extra cover area and just stretched that left bat down and across. And he heaved that over extra cover. That was a fine shot. Gone all the way for the maximum. 82 for 2. Cyrus once more. Treated harshly. That last delivery. He is moving the deep mid wicket a little bit straighter. Here he is once more. Cyrus in and bowls to Smith. Smith is driving out to extra cover. Will get a single. I don't think that's what he really wanted. Wanted maybe to hit that over the extra cover area, but got it all along the ground instead. He's gone now to 40. Jalen Olive, who is 11, comes in to strike. Here's the delivery that is hit. It's going to be caught at extra cover. Dolly catch. So Olive goes, caught at extra cover of the bowling of Cyrus, and he is gone for 11 as the catcher there taken rather comfortably. So another wicket has fallen.
And surprisingly, at 83 for 2, Fletcher didn't bowl in this inning. Not too sure, probably he's nursing that injury, but I noticed he's been feeling on the long on and these positions, so I'm not too sure. But a good bowling from Cyrus, and I was wondering why a leg spinner that gets in the ball to turn was bowling wide outside the off stump. If you bowl on the stumps, chances are with the movement of the ball and you try to swing it, the movement will take you to the outside half of the bat, and exactly what happened there. Well pitched on the stumps and being caught at extra cover.
Well, Ali de Bellot, as you may know, former leg spinner. Here is a delivery. Big heave there by Dennis Smith. And they will be very disappointed about that as Andrew collected behind the stumps. Here's the final delivery coming up. Here is Sarah's bowl, and Dennis Smith looking to heave that over the long on area. Doesn't make the kind of contact that he really wanted. Ball taking the outside portion of the bat. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with the second half of his innings, Dennis Smith. Well, he comes out not out at 41. But Bailey Blasters, I think, might also be disappointed with their total 84 for 3. Their run rate 8.40, and I thought it really was a good performance here by the Nutmeg Warriors to keep them under the 100 mark and maybe and more so under the 90 mark. So with a run rate of 8.40, I think that Nutmeg Warriors would be very pleased with their performance.
Yeah, and good performance by the Nutmeg Warriors. They started well and never really faltered throughout the inning. They were pretty consistent. The bowlers, even though changing ends, came on and still bowled well. And I think a very, very good bowling performance from them.
So Bailey Blasters sent into bat by Nutmeg Warriors. Chichester was caught Simon. Simple catch there at third man, short third man of the bowling of Alexis. He went for 6. Devon Smith held out down at long on of the bowling of Cyrus. Fletcher taking the catch. He went for 22 balls and struck 1 4 and 1 6. Dennis Smith not out 41 of 21 balls, 6 4s and 1 6. Jalen Olive was caught Sheldon Joseph there at extra cover of the bowling of Cyrus for 11, and Josh Noel not out, no score. So Bailey Blasters after 10 overs, 84 for 3, and of course when the Nutmeg Warriors go at their turn to bat, they'll be looking to eclipse that total, and that is going to put them into a good stead. And so we have to wait to see what the Nutmeg Warriors are going to do. They've done well on the field so far bowling. Can they do very well batting? Well, in a few minutes we'll obviously see as the roller just freshening up the pitch there, and a couple of members of the ground staff coming and remarking the areas that should be marked. So we await the reply of the Nutmeg Warriors, and we'll be back to give you the commentary.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours, that's becoming a much bigger thing in the
And welcome back here at the National Stadium, Grenada. Nutmeg Warriors need 85 for victory in an all-important game. As we see, the players are already in position. As we are about to see, Michael Dubisset going to pick up the attack from that southern end. 84 for 3 in 10 overs, Bailey Blasters. And must be a bit disappointed with the score that they got, Ali.
Yeah, very disappointed. They had a reasonably good start, but they were never really able to gain momentum on the inning.
So Dubisset is going to bowl to Fletcher, first delivery. And Fletcher it covers up and push it back along the wicket. Nutmeg Warriors will certainly feel confident. I think they really put on a good show this morning. They look very focused, and really they kept things very tight. They started the opening attack this morning with Akim Alexis, and that was something new that we saw from the approach. They look really focused as Dubisset to Fletcher. He's down the track, again not getting hold of it. It goes down to long off. The Ambler single.
I think Akim first over was a pretty good start for them because he has not bowled much in the competition, and particularly on this end, and he really bowled a good first over, and that set the stage for them. They continue on that line.
It's one without loss. The left-handed Regis. Chandel Regis, and this pair would have done very well opening the batting. They had a good stand the previous game. It's Regis faces Dubisset and plays it back along the wicket. And this field for Regis. There's a short third man. There's a point in Craig Williams, cover, extra cover in Smith, Devon Smith, long off, short fine leg, mid wicket, a mid on right on a circle, and a backward square leg on the boundary. One without loss. Warriors need 85 for victory, and we just allow this one to go outside the off. A little bit of movement there by Dubisset, ball coming back into the batsman, but pretty equal to it as he allowed it to go to the keeper.
A very cautious start from the Warriors, getting the eye in. Of course, the score is not a very challenging one, so they don't need to get going on from the onset. They could look at it, take a couple balls, and get itself in.
So Dubisset to Regis again, not timing, probably caught in 2 minds there. Looking for the big hit, and again good length delivery from Dubisset, pitching just outside the off stump and coming back into the batsman.
I think it was also a slower delivery, and he sort of played before he should really, and found himself in a sort of awkward position.
Good over so far. 5 deliveries, 1 Dubisset and to Regis. Regis hitting the one to mid wicket, straight. The fielder having to move to his right. Thomas there, and the batsman pick up a single. Smith. Then the Smith keeper not too happy with the feeling there, but 1 run. The end of the first over. It's 2 without loss. Nutmeg Warriors need 85 for victory.
But Thomas, a strong-looking guy. I think Smith was probably advising him that he should peel the ball in much harder than he did. Ball took 1 bounce and came in pretty slowly. But cautious start, as we said, from the Warriors. both Fletcher and Regis has had pretty good innings at times, so they should be very confident with their form, and just taking probably a few deliveries to assess the wicket and the bowlers, and then probably go at them.
Yes, no need to be take any chances. They would want to make sure they get to that score. It will be important for Fletcher as a captain to bat as long as possible. Both Fletcher and Regis opened the batting right through the tournament. Certainly had some good opening stand. The highest to date of 120. So Craig Williams, we've seen for the first time opening the bowling. To see he's hit on the pad. Regis again looking to whip it through mid-wicket. A little bit of movement there. The ball probably pitching just around middle and leg stump and going further down the leg side. That is the first time we have seen Craig Williams.
Yeah, that's his first spell in the competition, but he at some point in time prior to this, of course, he was a pace bowler. He's bowled a bit slow now, but I think he certainly has the ability.
So he's over the wicket to bowl to Regis. Regis swinging this one over mid-wicket, and it's going to go down to the backward square boundary for 4. Again, picking it up, not really fully in control, but going for that big swing, and it went over backward square, and no field on the boundary. So first boundary to Nutmeg Warriors. They are 6 without loss. Regis on 5.
Not much pace from Williams, and Regis, our open batter, has faced a lot more pace than that. So, the pace surely won't be giving him any problems. So you'll have to bowl probably real good line and length.
So the deep backward square go right back on the boundary. Williams, short delivery hit to mid-wicket and down to that field the deep backward square boundary. And this time he just picked up a single.
Good adjustment to the field there, because the previous delivery was a lot straighter, and now he moved backward and the ball going straight to him. So good assessment there from the captain.
Yeah, good move there to have the fielder right down on the boundary. As you said previously, that would have rushed to the boundary for 4. Batsman only picking up a single. More and more adjustment we see that that fielder now comes up to cover point or backward point in the circle. Williams going to bowl to Fletcher, and good delivery again, taking the pace off it, and Fletcher pushing it back along the wicket.
So far good over from Williams, and probably we got to wait to see, but it's one time probably he didn't bowl before in the competition.
Yeah, good start. Williams in his first over of the tournament. He's after bowl to Fletcher. Fletcher hitting in the air and mid-off. It's going to go down to mid-off. An easy catch taken there by by Olive, and really a big wicket, but certainly not the best off shot by Fletcher.
No, and again, Williams, as we've seen, yes, he's opening the bowling, but he's not that fast. And you can't use the pace of the ball. You had to put the strength in it, and Fletcher trying to hit as hard, I think lost his shape a bit. The bat seems to be facing up, and so the ball went up high in the air, and an easy catch, and a very, very important breakthrough.
Yes, I think it was very evident that he really had been taking pace off the ball, and Fletcher looking to hit over long off. Only succeeded in hitting the ball, and he was caught just on the edge of the circle in mid-off.
Yeah, and the previous delivery, I was commenting the fact that just seeing him bowl a couple deliveries, you wonder how this is his first over in the competition.
So big breakthrough for Bailey Blasters. Akim Alexis now joined Regis as Williams. Up to Regis, short. Regis hit this one down to backward square. The fielder comes off the boundary, so one more. to Regis. So that completes a rather very successful over there for Craig Williams. His fourth over in the tournament.
Yeah, well bowled, Williams. Not a tearaway fast bowler, but his line and length is pretty accurate. And whatever the pace you have, bowling good line and length will create some problem for batters. And he did just that. Fletcher trying to force him away, took the top edge and was caught. So a very good over.
So Warriors need 77 more, 40 deliveries. And really it's not over until it's over. Runs on the board 84, need 85 for victory. Lost the important wicket of Andre Fletcher, caught by Oliver at mid-off of the bowling of Craig Williams. And Fletcher just going for one as Regis, going to the left-handed Regis. Going to face Dubiset in the second over. Dubiset just going for 6. These up the wicket, and this again Regis looking for the big shot again. No timing, and you see that again pace taking off the delivery. It went bouncing in front of him.
I'd like to probably I'll make a check at the comparison of the scores in the second and third game. In comparison with the first, because the batters seem to have a lot more difficulty timing the deliveries in the first match.
Well, Regis for this delivery is hitting this one way down to mid wicket. Fielder comes off the boundary, and he only get a single. So keeping it very tight. Dubiset going for just one in his first over. He's none for 3. Going for 2 in his first over and just 1 in his second over. So he certainly have a really good start. Keeping things really tight. So Akim Alexis gonna face his first delivery from Dubiset. As he's up to Alexis, plays a backward square. Again, Hippolyte in that position. Fields a really quiet start. We are into the third over. It's 9 for 1. So Bailey Blasters really making it difficult, coming back really hard. Pick up that important wicket of Fletcher. Dubiset in the second over. As he's up to wicket board, Alexis, and Alexis staying this one. It's a short backward point, not getting power onto it, and ball just rolled down to that position. Williams coming in there, so one to Alexis. It's 10 for 1, and you have really seen a really good start by the bowlers. The left-handed Chandel Regis, he faces Dubiset, and he's back and hitting at just a bit of misfield there by cover. Again, Olive in that position. So Regis get one more. That takes his score on to 9, and at the end of 3 overs, so just 1 delivery to go. 11 for 1. Right-handed Alexis comes into strike. We have been tough going for the Warriors, having to chase a fairly small score. Alexis, and all he can do is just cover up and push it back on the offside. Really good spell by Amikel Dubiset. 2 overs, no maiden, 5 overs, no wickets. Nutmeg Warriors requiring 85 for victory. 11 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, 3 good overs, 11 for 1. A very slow start, by the Warriors, but it's not a massive score, so they could take a couple deliveries to get themselves in. But very good bowling, very good bowling from the Blasters. Dubiset with another fine over, just 5 runs off his 2 overs.
So they need 74 from 42 deliveries. And Craig Williams, who we have seen for the first time, now will go around the wicket to the left-handed Regis with a short third man, backward point. cover, extra cover mid-off. As he's coming around the wicket now to bowl to Regis. Again, Regis looking to play on the onside ball right up on his legs and not giving him any room. Comes off the pad and leg by signal by umpire Holas. So we into the fourth over, final over of the power play, and this certainly looks as the slowest start we have in the tournament so far. It's 12 for 1. As Williams, Sam is going to bowl to Alexis. This hit is straight back, and really seem to hit the hands of Regis, and he's run out Alexis. Well, this ball was hit straight back by Alexis. I know he was looking for probably, I don't know if he was looking for a second run. Ali, did you see what happened there?
Yeah, he was looking for the second run, but he turned, as we say, blindly, and was going back, and the Regis, who had made a couple steps out his ground also, but stopped him, and in trying to turn to get back, it was a fairly good throw, but the shot was a pretty good shot. A lot of power back to the bowler. The bowler luckily didn't get seriously injured, and it deflected off his hand, and the man from long on coming in had a good throw, whilst Alexis was scampering to get back, and another very good wicket for the Blasters. And really a lot of pressure on the Warriors now.
Yeah, what a dream start. The Nutmeg Warriors 13 for 2. We into the fourth over. Williams, surprise package at bowl's second over of the Nutmeg Warriors inning. Picking up the important wicket of Fletcher. And Alexis there, really a bad one there, bad judgment. Miscommunication. He was looking for a second one, which really was not on, but really, as you said, was running blindly. Williams is wrong the wicket to Regis, down the leg side, and the umpire's wide signal there. And the batsman take the opportunity to take an extra one, not collected cleanly by the keeper.
Well, I suspect they'll be scampering for everything now. I think 15 for 2 is obviously not a start that they would have expected. So they will be trying to get any of the runs as quickly as possible.
So Donald McDonald, he's going to face his first delivery. And Craig Williams, 1 for 9 in the second over. It goes back over the wicket to the right-handed McDonald. Hits that straight. Where does this go? In the air, and the fielder is running back, and it just dropped just inside the boundary. 1 bounce of 4, and Olive really couldn't get back there. But this ball went high in the air, and you can see Olive just really running back, trying to get to it. He just dropped ahead of him, just 1 bounce, and went over the ropes of 4.
Yeah, that one again, not properly timed. He went high into the air, but he had a bit of strength in it, so he carried just over the boundary.
19 for 2 in the over number 4. Donald McDonald at the faces Craig Williams, and he's again looking for the big hit coming down the track, making no contact, and that ball just passing close to the leg stump.
But he could not have missed the stumps by any great distance. Everybody probably putting their hands on their head, wondering how he was not bowled. And another very good delivery from Craig Williams.
We see just a change on the field now. Olive goes to mid-on, and Rogers goes to long off, so he goes right back on the boundary. That's Williams. McDonald is hitting that really firmly down to mid-off, and Rogers comes around and fields, so 1 to the total, 20 for 2.
We are seeing the captains and the both innings so far more proactive. They are reacting a lot quicker to situations today.
Yeah, well, I think it all goes down to this is like a final. It's the most important, the importance of this game to both teams, and we see that they look pretty focused, particularly the field inside. As William goes around the way to Regis. Regis is hitting this one. This one go over long on for 6. Really pick this one up just from outside the off stump and hit it over long on, and really really smooth shot that goes for 6, the 306 of the tournament, and really that shot really probably going to ease the tension just a bit.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you ask why try fixing it when nothing went wrong. It's amazing why he go wrong the wicket, because going wrong the wicket, he will be slanting the ball into the left hander. And if you watch Regis in most of his shots he played, he usually pull the ball or tug it, and so you will be assisting him by bringing the ball into him. And this one was shot into him, and he pulled it over middle wicket for 6.
So we just see William just went off the field for a while, and Batiste substitute. So after 4 overs, 26 for 2. But as you said, Ali, it's not a huge score. 59 from 36 deliveries.
And more importantly, Regis is still there. He has scored some runs in the competition and must now be one of the key batters.
Yeah, you just need someone to come in and play a big inning. And now we're going to see spin. And from that sudden end, Richard Rogers, right arm leg spin, and he'll be bowling to McDonald, who has shown that he's not afraid to go after the bowling, but he's coming up against the leg spin of Rogers. And let's see what he does. There's a long off right back, long on right back at the ropes as Rogers. And this one is hit and it goes in the air. The long off comes around and takes a really simple catch. And really, you probably could have seen that coming, Ali, as the field was set. And McDonald looking to hit, really looking for power and really not get himself into the right position with in the air. And the fielder coming around, they taking easy catch.
Well, he has played a couple of shots, but he has never timed any of the balls properly. And prior to the ball being bowled, I noted in my mind that this Rogers is bowling with a typical leg spinner's feel, even though it is a 10-10, but he has a typical leg spinner's feel, and all he needs to do is bowl the ball close to the stumps, get some turn. The batters will have some problem, and that was first delivery was right on target.
So really good start by Bailey Blasters. Warriors 26 for 3. We are in the 5th over. And McDonald going the cut by Olive at long off of the bowling of Rogers. First delivery. So really a good start. Really making it difficult.
We'll probably have a later update as to the result of this match in relation to the two teams. Where will they stand?
Well, Bailey Blasters, they are now in 4th position. They are on 7 points. Regis faces plays on the onside and takes a single. So 27 for 3. Both teams are actually on 7 points at this time. So the team that wins here will go to 9 points. Bailey Blasters in 4th position, while Nutmeg Warriors in the 5th position. So if Bailey Blasters win this game, it looks more certain that they're going to make the last 4. Rogers now going to bowl to Samuel Charles. He's hitting this one down to long off again, not getting hold of it. They're going to come back for 2 runs there. Again, the ball just dropping and just pin back as Olive at long off, having to do some running to his right. Well, Samuel Charles, who have not done too well with the bat, knows his ability, but really would need to come good. 29 for 3. Over number 5. Rogers in his first over. Right arm leg spin to Charles. Charles flicking that in the air just over the mid wicket position there. and they picked up a single. Devon Smith in that region. So 30 for 3. A lot of nerves you can see from Samuel Charles. As Rogers now goes around the wicket to the left-handed Regis. Regis on 16. And again, quicker delivery, keeping down low a bit, and Regis just pushing it back on the onside. So really they would need someone to really come in and play a really good innings. As Rogers to Regis, he's back and pushing to mid-wicket, and the pick up a single as William comes in from that position. So that concludes the 5th over. Rogers 4th over, picking up 1 wicket for 5 runs. It's 31 for 3 after 5 overs.
Good first over from Rogers, 1 for 5 in his first over, and really keeping the pressure on the Warriors. The batters are having a chat in the middle of the wicket, and obviously they have to increase the tempo. They need 54 from 30 deliveries, so some boundaries will have to be struck here. And question who, but Regis is still there. He has played some pretty good innings, some pretty attacking innings, and a lot more. It must be depending on him.
Yes, Regis. Well, not scored at 50 so far in the tournament, but has batted well with Fletcher. Had some good opening stands. He's on 17 from 16 deliveries. So far hit 1-4 and 1-6. As Deron Hippolyte, the off spinner, going to take up the attack from this northern end. And he's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Regis. Short third man, backward point. There's a cover on the boundary. Extra cover and a long off on the offside. See the leg side field. Smith at a wide mid on or close on mid wicket. Backward square leg on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary. As Hippolyte, this one is played straight to the backward point. Duby said they're a little bit slow. So you pick up a single to Regis. And really they need to be looking for some boundaries, Ali.
Yeah, but good bowling and a well placed field. So the aerial route is the one you might have to choose at this time, and that will be a bit riskier. Still think they're probably playing themselves in probably another over 2 before a all out assault.
So 53 runs required, 29 deliveries. And now Hippolyte is going to be bowling to Samuel Charles. And let's see, short delivery, and he's looking to pull. And we'll wait for the signal. It seemed to come off. Let's see. Yes, leg by. Hit probably high up on the tie. And it went down to a short third man or really a slip position. So 1 extra, 33 for 3. Regis comes back into strike. As he's around the wicket to the Regis is hitting that straight. Where does this go? This going to clear long on. Really good shot as he really picked it up. The ball giving some air. And he got down to it and lifted it over long on for 6.
Again, sometimes, the bowler had to decide what he wants to do. I think at this stage, he's really trying to contain the batter, not to really out him. And that one was real flighted. The type of delivery you'll bowl trying to out a batsman. And he got into it and struck it firmly for 6.
So the run rate is just 7.09 as Hippolyte bowled another delivery, which is played again to that point position. Again, some work there for Dubuset, who chose and just far away from the bowler, and they had to be back up on the boundary. So that's 2 more to Regis. Take the score to 41. And really run rate at 7.24. Require 10.15. We are in it's a 6 over. Hippolyte again, and this one hit down to long on by Regis. And Rogers on the boundary. The ambles another single. It's 42 for 3. Nutmeg Warriors need 85 for victory. And just 4 overs after this one. Samuel Charles. As Hippolyte continues around the wicket to the right-handed Charles. And for this delivery, he's looking to hit some wide signal by the umpire. Charles really looking to hit through the offside. As he made no contact. Hippolyte just pushing this one through outside the off stump. Let's see what he does now to Charles. Again, Charles hit this one down to long off, and Rogers on the boundary comes wrong. And the batsman take one more. So that completes the over. 44 for 3. And we have 6 overs completed.
Yeah, and reasonably good over in terms of the way things were going for the batting side, but they still need to score 10 runs over. Probably if you get down to the last over and you need 10, you still think you have a chance, but they will need to speed it up a bit to put themselves in a comfortable position. You don't want it going right down to the wire at 44 for 3. They still need 41 of 24 deliveries. I think must be a message that is coming out there to the batters.
Yeah, they certainly do want a big over, probably 20 runs over, which will make it a lot easier. Still need to get up to 10.25 from here. Regis still there, 27 from 20 deliveries. And Rogers going to bowl his second over.
He had a pretty good first over.
Yes, first over. As he's up to the wicket and bowled. And he's looking to pull this one and bowl him. A really bad shot by Samuel, not a bad delivery. Looking to pull a ball that really wasn't all that short. And playing across it. And really hitting the maybe top of the off stump. And again, a really bad shot by Samuel.
Yeah, and could have been that he was deceived because that one didn't turn and it came through straight, and he was swinging, probably trying to play for the turn. There wasn't any, and a quicker delivery also. And that's what I said about the previous bowler, that you don't need probably to flight it so much at this stage. The quicker and sharper deliveries will be a more defensive ball, and that one was quite a defensive ball, and the batter now had to attack. And he tried, missed, and was bowled.
So Samuel really continued to struggle. He started the tournament and didn't get off. Well, even at the previous tournament, he really struggled. He's a player that had great ability, opened the batting, but high up in the order, but really haven't been able to get off. Well, Cyrus it is. Played on the onside, first delivery, and goes for a single. They're going to come back for a second run at overthrow as the bowler, they're out of position, and the fielder coming in, shine at the non-strikers end, and they quickly come back for another run.
I think it was a bit of a risky run for the person going at the top end, but he was able to make it. The choke went to the wrong end.
So it's 46 as. He's down the track as Cyrus hitting this high. Let's see, the long on fielder is coming around. Gets under it and drops the catch. Really got both hands hit and really dropped it. Another bad miss there. Let's see. As we look at the replay, the ball went down to the fielder. He got both hands. A lot of time to see it. Both hands see it and went through.
Again, I think taking the catch too low, and so when it came out to his hand, he didn't have a second chance.
Cyrus is driving down to long off, and he pick up a single. So the score moves to 49.
That could be a crucial drop catch.
Yeah, really. Cyrus come in, and you have no choice but really have to attack. As Regis comes in to strike, he's on 27. Rogers goes around the wicket to left-handed Regis. Regis swinging this one. This goes, let's see, over long on for 6. And again, the fielder got both hands hit and really went over his head for another six. Really another chance going up again.
Let's see. Could be a difficult one. Let's see. Yeah, he really. You have to be probably a good cricketer, a top cricketer, playing a lot of cricket to hold on to these catches. It looked simple, but just coming to take these catches, his ball was struck pretty firm. As you can see where it went after it struck the bowler arm. And yes, a drop catch, but I would say not the easiest of catches.
So 11 from this over so far. One delivery to go. 55 for 4.
2 drop catches.
Regis are going to face Rogers again, coming from around the wicket. This one he pushed it back along the wicket, and that completes the over. Really have been a good spell by Rogers, taking 2 overs, no made 16 runs, 2 wickets, and really should have picked up at least another one in this over.
Yes, and you know, the batters, you can't falter them. Of course, they are picking up a bit, 30 runs of 18 deliveries, but they have to go at it. They have to strike. They have to strike boundaries, and they are trying. I think they have been assisted a bit by the fielding side, by the drop catches, but very exciting finish looking the prospect here, because 30 runs of 18 deliveries is still a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and Hippolyte going to bowl his second over. Regis on 33. Cyrus on 5. Both batsmen given chances. Hippolyte going to continue around the wicket as we see the long off. It's right back on the boundary. Rogers. The long one is also right back. There's a mid-wicket right back. As Rogers to Cyrus and outside the off stump, looking for the big drive there, very wide of the off stump. Yeah, in the 8th over. So really he's getting close. As Hippolyte to Cyrus, and Cyrus again looking for the big swing again, making no contact. And Smith picking off the bails there.
But, you know, again, you know, Regis is on the other end, so there is no one in the middle wicket region nearly. There's one on the boundary, and that's about it. You can just turn the ball and take a run.
Hippolyte to Cyrus, and he plays the mid wicket, and the fielder comes off the boundary, and only one.
And if he had tried to play there, he could have probably picked up 2 by playing it between the 2 players. But the swing, he got an inside edge, and he was fortunate to get that inside edge and get a single. But sometimes we had to know who is the batter we're batting with and try to put him in strike as much as possible.
So Regis comes into strike. See more adjustment on the field. As Hippolyte comes around the wicket to bowl to Regis. Regis down the track and lifting this one. Let's see, it goes down to the fielder. Goes through his hand. That's Williams there, and goes for 4. Really simple catch there, and went through his hands for 4.
Well, I think they're really assisting the batting side. That's the 3rd drop catch in the last over and a half, and all through the hands of the fielders. No real spectacular effort or difficult catch. They're just not holding on.
So 60 for 4. And if Belief Blaster would have lost this game, really they had themselves to be blamed. They had some catches drop. We know seen.
I've not seen that many times in cricket where there seems to be a technical timeout.
Yeah, well, we've seen Devon Smith, the captain, certainly very annoyed. Some of the catches really have been easy catches dropped. Just quickly calling the team together. I don't know how much time you'll have to do that, but we've seen the players together now. As the umpire get involved, they quickly move back into their position.
Well, there is a technical timeout in football now after half-time in the first half, so probably they're introducing it in cricket.
So 60 for 4. We are in the 8th over. Warriors require 25 from 14 deliveries.
I don't think it's sloppy play. I just think the guys are not catching the ball, and I don't know how much you could tell them now to get them to do it right.
So it's 60 for 4 as we look at Hippolyte comes around the wicket again. Go to Regis. Regis swinging. This one goes down to long on, and they're going to straight to Rogers, who take the catch. And really,
what is happening there?
Seem to be we're looking to see if there's a signal, but there seemed to be a no ball there. No ball signal there by the umpire. Probably didn't pick up that no ball. So
Surely the batters pick it up because they were turning and running, but the field inside didn't pick it up, and we didn't pick it up from here. But surely the batter saw it, and the fielder obviously didn't. He threw the ball in the air, allowing the batsman to get another run.
63 for 4 and 39 to Regis, who really
smart cricket by Regis, really
playing a good inning so far. As Hippolyte, still 2 more deliveries in over. He's down and he's hitting this one. No, this goes high in the air. Rogers
Nobody
again is moving under it and takes the catch. And again, being a no ball.
A free hit.
Free hit, so another single to Regis. Really put all into it, looking to hit it over that long on fence. Score moves to 65 for 4.
He's not timing the ball as he did in previous innings. Regis seems to have lost his timing a bit.
So he faces another delivery from Hippolyte, and again he's sort of dragging this one down to a wide long on. They're going to come back for 2 and really have been a good over. Good over for the Warriors. They go to 67 for 4 with 2 overs remaining. There are 18 runs to get. After a few comments from Ali de Bellots, Stevenson Warm going to bring us home.
Well, a pretty exciting over. Number of drop catches, no balls, timeout being called by the field inside. The batters swinging and at everything. Pretty exciting over has gone there. Drop catches, so 67 for 4. They require 18 now of 12 deliveries. Still in the balance. I don't think anyone could say they're heads and shoulders ahead.
Well, you got one part of the equation there by Ali de Bellot. The other is that the required run rate is 9. I think we're both saying the same thing. So Cyrus 6, Regis 43. Lot depended on him. Can they pull this off, the Warriors? 9 runs per over. They'd want to at least get 10 in this one. 18. Yeah, that's right. 18 of 12. So it's going to be Williams moving into bowl to Darryl Cyrus.
Big over could assist them quite a bit here.
Yeah, you're right. Here he is in bright sunshine. Passes the umpire now on both. Well, he doesn't bowl. That ball now signaled by the umpire. So I'm sure that quite a number of people on the edge of the seat now looking with keen interest. This match is an exciting one, low scoring one, comparatively that is. 67 for 4 Warriors. As here once more is Williams moving past the umpire now, and he bowls outside the off stump. There is a appeal for cut behind, gone. Well, Cyrus caught there by Dennis Smith standing up, looking to heave that over long off. Got a feather, the catch taken, and so Warriors, they've lost another wicket. Total now 67 for 5, and Cyrus has gone for 6.
Cyrus never really looked into it at the stage of the game. Again, this with Regis on the other end, you'll think, well, probably let's give Regis a strike and see, because he has not been timing or hitting the ball that well. And again, going for a big hit, but a very, very good catch from the wicketkeeper standing up. The piece pitching up, swinging. In fact, the batter actually went across a bit and should have obstructed him somewhat, but he still was able to hold on.
Yes, it was a good catch, really good catch. The deflection was not big. The edge was thin, feather-like, and he took a good catch, standing up. So, well done, Dennis Smith. Jackson now comes in to replace Cyrus. as here once more is Ronald Williams moves in with his second delivery in now and bowls outside the off stump. The ball peels off the outer edge. They will in fact go for the single. They won't come back for the second one as the return comes in to the keeper. So they'll be set there at short third man. One more, one to Jackson. Oh, the umpire signaled by. Sorry, so he's still yet to score. Regis is 43. He's the key. He's the key to the difference between, in my opinion, success and defeat. Regis. A lot would depend upon him.
He has not been timing the ball that well, but he's on 43 of 26. So surely the key player in there.
So here is Williams once more coming in to bowl to the left-handed Regis. He is passing the umpire now and bowls to Regis, who is swinging at outside the off stump. And it was wide and full. So he's thinking is Williams. He had room, but it was sort of full, so he couldn't get under it. Total remains on 68 for 5.
Very good defensive ball. Not much you could do with that.
The run rate required now 11.33. They need 17 of 9. Williams. Could he be a star here this afternoon, this morning? Comes in now, bowls to Regis. Regis is getting a good delivery that he pushes down to long off. They've hustled for one. They will come back for the second. The run comes into the keeper's end. And they're having to stride, I must admit, Regis. But Devon Smith had to come off the long off boundary. He had to cover about 20 yards to his right and come in a bit. The batsmen saw the opportunity for 2 and they got it. It's gone to 45. 70 now for 5 as it's once more Williams moving past the umpire in now and bowls to Regis. Regis is hitting that back to the bowler and really came back very quickly at him and didn't hold on to it. And the batsman had time to cross for 1.
Is it a job? Is it a chance or
no,
did
I'm not sure. If we could have got the replay, it would have been nice to see whether it went straight back to him. It really went back hard too, so it might well have been a drop chance. Jackson faces up now to Williams. Here's Williams to Jackson. Jackson is there's a appeal for cut behind, not out, says the umpire. So Dennis Smith just appealing there. Nobody supported his appeal. The over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 9, Nutmeg Warriors, they're 71 for 5. 71 for 5. It means that they need 14 of 6. They must have at least 2 boundaries in this over to get there.
Well, I will just give the feel inside the edge based on the momentum they had. Of course, as we said, Regis is still there, so he will have to bring out his A game. Let's see who's going to bowl this crucial over.
Yeah, you're right. Critical over, but he's got some runs to play with. Not a whole lot, just 14 of them. And I have seen those. I mean, it can go anyway.
Yeah, and the bowler Charles has bowled quite a bit in the competition. Right? Can't say he's been that top bowler, so I think both teams still will feel in with a chance.
Sure, right. Kieran Charles. Devon Smith just having a word with him, trying to advise him accordingly. Let's see the field. There's a short third man, sweeper right back, conventional short short extra cover. Sorry, well, it's going to be, yes, Regis taking strikes. There's a deep extra cover, long off, long on, as here comes in Charles. In now, and bowls to Regis. Regis is lifting that over the cover area. The catch is going to be taken. Yes, gone! Good running catch there. Taken down at the deep extra cover area. And the fielder coming across there, was it Noel? Yes, Noel took the catch. Tumbled over in the end. So Regis, the mainstay for Warriors, just held out down at the deep extra cover area. Josh Noel taking the catch. And so they've lost another wicket. 71 for 6, 71 for 6 as Regis goes.
A very, very important wicket for Charles in his first delivery, but a very good catch from Josh Noel, and the sort of straight extra cover boundary. He had to move in, he threw himself, and he tumbled, he held on. They have missed quite a couple catches before that, probably 3 or 4, and so it's probably a very welcome sight to see one of the players holding on to a catch.
So
it seems as if the timeout discussion has worked.
It certainly has, hasn't it? Charles will get ready. He's going to be bowling to Jackson. The deep square leg comes just to the left of the square leg umpire. The extra cover is right back on the boundary, long off back on the boundary, and the cover also back on the boundary, long on, deep mid wicket. Here is Charles in now, both to Jackson. Jackson hits that. That's going. That's going. It's still going. It's gone. Outside the boundary line. That's 6. Hey, that was a hefty blow. He hit it well. The timing was absolutely superb. Opened up the shoulders well. And from the moment he hit it, somehow he knew. He had some confidence that it was going to go over the boundary line. It did.
I think it was Jackson that hit one of the biggest sixes in the competition so far on top of the stadium, so he has ability to hit, and that's a excellent shot.
Craig Williams would have a word there with Charles.
I wonder if he tried a slower delivery. Again, I was saying in this stage you don't need to, you have to bowl defensive ball, you don't need to try anything.
Well, let's see what he is going to try. Is Charles moves in now to bowl to Jackson. Jackson is hitting that in the air. Somebody's going under it. The catch is going to be taken. Down at long off. Devon Smith takes the catch. So Jackson goes. Cut down at long off. He is gone for 6. And well, the Warriors, they were depending on him, really depending on him to do something special. Well, couldn't really get the kind of distance. Got elevation, not the distance. They're now all the 7s on the board, 77 for 7. They require 8 from 3.
I think Jackson will be a little bit disappointed because it was in the slot. He probably didn't hold his balance and enough. He sort of stumbled into the shot. He was forcing to hit it. He pulled the front leg away from the ball. Had he gone a little into it, it might have been more effective. A simple and good catch from Smith on the boundary.
Well, Joseph goes in, will be Sheldon Joseph. Here is Charles Boster. Joseph hits that back past the bowler. There's going to be a chase here for Devon Smith. Comes around. They will come back for the second. The return comes into the non-striker's end, and they get 2. Home. That was hit straight. If Devon Smith didn't come across there quickly, could have gone over the boundary, but he kept his cool and calm and composure very well. So they need 6 of 2 balls. Here is Charles moving in now. There and bowls outside the off stump. Hits that. That's gone for 6. That's gone for 6. That's gone for 6. Believe it or not, that's gone for 6. Oh, what a dramatic match this. Nutmeg Warriors, they have won this game. Joseph came out and he hit that straight down the ground, and it went for 6. 1 delivery to go. The target has been reached. Tell you what, Bailey Blasters are stunned. They are stunned. They are stunned. Well, and he did it and just crossed his leg as if nothing had happened. He was confident that he could have done it, while the rest of his players, fellow players, going out and congratulating Joseph for a mammoth hit. He hit it straight. Everyone had to look at that ball as it sailed over the boundary line. So the Nutmeg Warriors, they've won this game, and they've won it by 3 wickets. What a marvelous contest this is. And I'm sure that Bay Leaf Blasters might well be crestfallen, because they know absolutely that yesterday they had a game to win. Today was another nail biter, and the Warriors, in a true warrior-like manner, they've pulled quite a stunning victory.
Well, I think it's a good shot, but the ball was there for it.
And it was there.
Yeah, you at that stage of the game, I'm not too sure what he tried, not too sure if it was a slower delivery, if he took pace off the ball, but it didn't look as a fast delivery, trying to avoid the batsman from hitting. It was right in the slot. But good batting, a very hard hit, a very straight hit, and it's a type of shot that could win matches.
Yeah, it kept his shape though. Very often you would see that when it comes down to crunch time, batsmen could just lose their shape. He really didn't, and he hit that ball over as straight as a pipeline. And when that ball left the bat, there was a sweet sound of leather on willow. The elevation was superb. The distance was clear, no question about it. It didn't just limp over the boundary line. No, it went a good 15 yards back. So, Nutmeg Warriors, they've won this game. It came down to the last two deliveries, and a big hit by Sheldon Joseph brought the Warriors home. 85 for 7, 85 for 7. And they win by 3 wickets. So,
well, you would have thought that with that score, the batting side would have had a comfortable victory. So you still have to give the feelings that even though they dropped quite a number of catches. So I think, yes, the last ball being hit for 6, not the best ball from the bowler, but prior to that, they dropped quite a number of catches, and really, it was a poor performance by the team in the field.
yes, and I dare say the catching in the tournament has not necessarily been that good, we must admit. We've seen too many catches go down. The ground feeling hasn't been bad, but the catching has been below average. So that's something that all the various teams would have to look at, and when you come down to the final, Ali, you'd want to make sure that those misses that you would have in preliminaries, you won't want to miss those at all. So let's just quickly go through the scorecard for you, which has rather interesting reading. Only one batsman was able to get into the double figures from a total of 85. Now that's incredible. So Fletcher was caught John Olive of the bowling of Williams, and he went for 1. Shondell Regis, who played a master innings, 46, before he was caught Josh Noel of the bowling of Kem Charles. He faced 30 balls, spent 48 minutes at the crease, and struck 2 4s and 3 6s. Akeem Alexis was run out by John Olive. He went for 2. Donald McDonald caught Olive, bowled Rogers 5. Samuel Charles bowled Rogers 4. Cyrus caught Dennis Smith, bowled Williams for 6. Haston Jackson was caught Devon Smith, bowled Charles for 6. Sheldon Joseph, who really would become something of a hero, was not out 8 of the 2 balls that he faced. A mammoth 6 that he hit, the penultimate delivery, and Javon Andrew not out, no score, didn't face a ball. Well, in the bowling department, Amical Dubisset bowled very well, 2 overs, no miss, didn't pick up a wicket, 5 runs. Craig Williams, 1 for 20, a little bit surprised that he opened the innings of 2. Richard Rogers, 2 for 16 of 2. Duran Hippolyte, none for 24 of 2, a bit expensive there. Ronald Williams, just 1 over for 3 runs, did have a wicket, and Kieran Charles had 2 for 14 of 5 balls. So this was a thriller, an absolute thriller, nail biter, and it came right down to the wire. And well, just to see if we can give you the lineup for the rest of the day, the schedule of matches. Club Challengers, that's at midday, will be coming up against Cinnamon Pacers, and Saffron Strikers at 2 o'clock will be coming up against Ginger Generals. So the next match coming up, Challengers versus Pacers, and we'll be on hand to bring you the commentary.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region, and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10, 11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean. And I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
Dreaming of taking a break and escaping to an idyllic, happy place? Well, finding it does not require you to go too far. You already live in paradise. All it takes is for you to go out and discover it. Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique are blessed with a wide variety of accommodation that satisfy any taste and budget. Find the one that suits you and your family and treat yourself while having peace of mind that your health and safety is a priority. Knowing that we have gorgeous waterfalls, stunning beaches, and flavorful cuisine, let's be tourists in our own islands and enjoy paradise at home.
Tourism connects us all.
Fans of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique's diverse marine life and excellent dive sites still have the opportunity to enjoy the Pure Grenada Dive Fest as the 4th edition goes virtual. Following the cancellation of the physical event this year due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Grenada Scuba Diving Association, supported by the Grenada Tourism Authority and the Grenada Hotel and Tourism Association, decided to host a virtual experience for everyone looking forward to the festival over the next 4 weeks. President of the Grenada Scuba Divers Association, Christine Finney, says from the 25th of September to the 25th of October, enthusiasts can follow the virtual action by tuning into Pure Diving's Facebook or Instagram profiles at Grenada Pure Diving.
We have a lot of exciting things to talk about, a lot of things to share, and a lot of platforms that we hope we can get people involved anyway. So take people on some virtual tours. That's becoming a much bigger thing in the COVID era, to get people online, to get people engaged. And then we can see underwater without actually having to be underwater, so to speak, which I think will appeal to a number of Grenadians as well. And we're hoping to kind of encourage some more local participation, as well as getting our visitors overseas who are really dying to be back and be underwater, to kind of get them some little teasers and some little tasters, and to give them some competitions and maybe see themselves in a video or see themselves in a photo, and see if we can get some engagement and just some excitement. We have very healthy reef that still exists in both Grenada and Carriacou, and our coastal reefs we still have, because we are generally a low volume destination. When our visitors come, they get very exclusive, very personalized experiences, interacting with our reef in a very eco-friendly, sustainable, non-touch, no-take kind of way. So our sea fan diversity, our sponge diversity, our coral diversity, we're going to be talking about all of these things and showing some great examples. We have some of the best reefs in the region, and definitely in the Caribbean as well, and that's feedback that we get from our international guests on a very regular basis.
Pure Dive Fest launched on 25th September, coinciding with the anniversary of the sinking of the Tyrrell Bay wreck. She is the latest addition to the destination's wreck lovers portfolio of amazing dive sites in Grenada and Carriacou. A video was posted on social media to share the story about her interesting service life to the people of Grenada, her clean sinking, and her continued contribution to the destination as a popular attraction and an artificial reef. The GSDA president also announced that Beginners Dive Day will be the only live event this year.
Our Beginners Dive Day, which really focuses on our local dive market, kind of giving Grenadians the experience to see what it means to try to learn to dive, what the first kind of day experience looks like, what the equipment looks like, and we're going to get some of our local kind of known personalities in the pool with some instructors to give that experience a try, and in a way that we can kind of present that to the public. So super important, and we make a big ask that if anybody's even remotely interested, that you get online on Instagram or Facebook, go to Grenada Pure Diving or Grenada Pure Diving. If you Google that, you're going to come up with our website as well. It includes our COVID protocols if anyone's got interest in that and you want to make sure we're doing our thing. We definitely have a thorough protocol that we've vetted. Our member shops are ready and open for business, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. So there's a lot of information and a lot of good stuff to share, and we're just excited to get that out there, and we hope we can get some participation.
Pure Dive Fest 2020 culminates on the 59th anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic of the Caribbean, the Bianca C, on October 24. Nautical assistant Chanel Sandy says the GTA is happy to support the virtual Pure Grenada Dive Fest this year. As a PADI certified diver, she also encouraged residents to explore our underwater world.
I started diving about 10-11 years ago. I have an interest for the sea, and working at the GTA in the Nautical Development Department, dealing with water, got me even more involved in loving the ocean. And I started diving about 2-3 years ago, certified, and now I'm getting to be an advanced diver. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully getting certified in other areas in diving.
Presently, 5 out of a total of 9 dive operators in the destination are open for business, and this is a great time for locals to learn to dive and for visitors to see what makes diving in Grenada so popular. For the Grenada Tourism Authority, I am Ria Murray.
I'm masking for my family and friends. Who are you masking for? A message from the Ministry of Health.
welcome back here to the National Cricket Stadium here at St. George's, Grenada. Dream 11 Spice Isle, T10 cricket, and getting ready for match number 29, which should usher Clove Challengers against the Cinnamon Pacers. Well, Rafael, we did have a nail-biting finish between the Warriors and the Blasters a little early on, and this one, who knows what sort of excitement it would bring. But just before we go further, we really would say that Bailey Blasters could be well disappointed with the two performances yesterday and today.
Yes, they had opportunities really to win both games, and they would have they would have lost it. Not to say that the opposing team beat them, but really they have lost. They really given away the game. I think that they found themselves in a very good position with 14 runs to score in the last over, but it should not even reach to that. We look at some of the catches that was dropped today. Really straightforward catches. Regis was dropped on the boundary. So when you look at that sort of performance, you don't expect to come out on top when you had so many opportunities and you didn't accept it.
Yeah, that's right. The overall catching of the tournament has not been the best.
Yeah, definitely. They probably owe one or two good catches, but generally, I think overall, I think the catching has been really poor.
Interesting, because the ground feeling has not necessarily been bad. You can see players darting after the ball and slight tackling, as the case may be. What could be that little problem in regards to balls that are airborne in contrast to those on the ground?
Well, it tells me that some of the players, in terms of the work that they have been doing, the training, because you see difficulty with the ball coming from on top, where the guys had to get under it, and these are most of the catches that have been dropped. Not ball coming straight to the fielder, but where they have to get into that dropping zone and take the catches, and you find that most of the time the players were stretching, even though the ball would take some time in the air, but when they get there, they still stretch to reach it.
So Clove Challengers coming up against Cinnamon Pacers in the next few minutes. This is match number 29. And Kerry Frank, as usual, out there with the two captains of the team. Let's go for the toss.
Welcome to the toss at match number 29. The final match in the round-robin phase for these two teams. We have competing today Clove Challengers and Cinnamon Pacers. Cinnamon Pacers have already booked their way into the finals, and Clove Challengers will be hoping for nothing short of a miracle into the semi-finals. Cinnamon Pacers have booked their way into the semi-finals, while Clove Challengers will be hoping for nothing short of a miracle to join them. We have with us at the toss the match referee, Mr. Carl Felix, the third umpire for today's match, Mr. John Mack, our two captains, Cyprian Forsyth, Clove Challengers, and Micah Narayan of Cinnamon Pacers. Mr. Match referee, over to you. The call is ahead, and it is ahead. Micah have won the toss. Micah, first of all, congratulations on your team going on into the final four of the tournament. Must be a good feeling. I guess that's one objective achieved so far.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is a good thing going to the tournament, because that's what we planned for, and that's what we're going ahead to do, is to play and win the finals.
All right, you have won the toss. What is the decision of your guys?
We're going to have a bat first again.
All right, I guess you yesterday scored the highest total in the tournament. I'm looking forward to probably similar results today.
Of course, yes. We're looking at 130, 140, and I think as we get that, I think we have good bowlers enough to defend the total.
All right, in terms of your batting, you see you got among the runs yesterday, quite fluent knock. Must be feeling good with your personal form.
Yes, I think my form coming on, and I think he's coming in at the right time, so I'm pretty happy with that.
All right, well, Micah, congratulations so far on the tournament, and all the best for today and the rest of it.
Thank you.
Cyprian Forsyth, it has to be nothing short of a miracle for you guys to go through. Being asked to bowl first on this wicket, is that what you had in mind?
Yeah, I was looking to bowl and restrict them. I think they're a good chasing team, so I'm quite happy to bowl first.
All right, you guys coming into this game need a big victory. What sort of total you think you might be able to restrict them to?
I think anything under 100 runs would be good. We see teams making 120 and still losing. Anything under 100 with our batting, I think we can get there.
What can you tell us about the atmosphere in the dressing room coming into today's final round robin match?
Well, we want to end the tournament on a high. We want to play for pride and do ourselves justice and our abilities justice. So we're looking to win this game and tomorrow.
All right, well, Cyprian, we want to wish you guys all the best for today and the rest of the matches in the tournament.
Thanks much.
All right, so that's the news from the middle. Cinnamon Pacers have won the toss and they've elected to bat.
Well, the news is that Cinnamon, they have won the toss and will bat. Clove Challengers will be challenging them on the field. And Rafael, two teams really that would deem a match that is rather important.
Yes, I think for Cinnamon Pacers, I think they probably in a better position. They'll feel pretty comfortable with their position. They're 11 points. They have showed a place in the semi-finals. And one would want to think the mere fact that we won the toss and decided bat, we see captains winning the toss and sending the opposing team. But I think they would be very confident, and the fact that they are batting is sort of illustrates that.
So let's give you the lineup for Clove Challengers. Cyprian Forsyth at the helm, of course, he's the captain. Teddy Bishop, Jamie Buddy, Dana George, Melville Gordon, Angel Johnson, lovely name that, Imran Joseph, Darren Ned, Jaron Noel, Casimir Thomas, and Clifford Mark. For Cinnamon Pacers, well, Micah Narayan, the captain, Karen Andrew, Alec Athanaeus, Joss Edmund, Charles, that's Chad Charles, Javed Hazard, Nicobi John, Ken Mathurin, Kenroy Peters, Javel St. Paul, and Ruel Williams. So that's the lineup for these two teams, as the Cinnamon Pacers will be taking strike. And of course, Alec Athanaeus, who really has to be one of the top players in the tournament. The way that he's batted with great skill and with great purpose too. And he's opening the innings with Javad Hazard.
Yes, I certainly agree with you. Easily, he has been the best batsman to me in the tournament, and I'm asking 365 runs, I think, at the highest of 78 not out. He had 450s in the tournament, and I think an average just around 60. Certainly, he has demonstrated his ability to concentrate for a long period, and what we are seeing in his batting is that he has been playing really proper cricket shots.
Yes, he hasn't been losing his shape at all. In contrast, I would say, to Dennis Smith and Devon Smith, who at times sort of lose their shape. If they play good conventional shots, I'm sure they'll be much more effective.
Yeah,
so Jaron Noel is going to be taking up the bowling attack, and Javed Hazard will be facing up. So here is Noel with the first ball of this match, and would bowl to outside the off stump. The catch is going to be taken at mid-on. Oh, that was the first ball bowled there by Noel, and Javed Hazard saw that it was short, rocked under the back foot, and looking to hike that over the long on area. The ball took more the top part of the bat, and the catch simply taken there at mid-on. So Darren Ned taking the catch there. They've lost the first wicket with just the first delivery of the day.
Yes, well, he was looking to force that delivery, I think, which was not quite there. And Noel gave that ball to me. It wasn't a quick delivery per se, but it took some time. And you could see him into the shot very quickly. And as such, I think he also would have played a little bit early in trying to get his ball over mid-on. And the fielder at mid-on, Darren Ned, just having to jump there and took a very good catch.
Well, Javed Hazard goes back rather disconsolately. He has looked on the ground, right back to the pavilion, and he walked off the field as slow as molasses on a cold day. Well, who could blame him? He must be crestfallen by a really bad shot that he played. So, Micah Narayan, the skipper, has come in to join Athanaeus and looks around the field, and he is quite happy. Noel has picked up 1 in 1. In now and bowls to Narayan. Narayan is tugging that through mid-wicket. Runs here for him. Pierces the infield. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Fine shot off the back foot. And he really tugged it well, hit it very well, and went quickly down to the boundary for 4. George, I think they're running after it, couldn't pull it back, and he got 4.
Yeah, short delivery, and Narayan got into really good position, and you could see that when he played the shot, it went really smoothly through that mid-wicket region and across the ropes.
Noel to Narayan. Narayan is pulling that this time, not with the same effectiveness, but he got a single out to mid-wicket. 1 more to his total. 2 scoring shots brought him to 5. And Alec Athanase, the batsman for the tournament so far, comes in to strike. He's such a beautiful player to look at. Very pleasant on the eyes. Plays good cricket shots. And a great future, I think, ahead of him if he keeps his head on and works hard. Here is Noel. Will prepare now to bowl to Athanase. He's there now and bowls. Athanase is off the back foot and hits it out to extra cover. We'll get a single. So he's off the mark. And then George going across to his left, but couldn't stop the batsman from crossing for the single. 1 more the total. It's now gone on to 6. And the field changes around for the right-handed Micah Narayan. As here once more is Noel in bowls, and Narayan pulls that through mid-wicket, fine shot for 4. Now that was lovely. It bisected the mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder, and it went very quickly across the turf. Short, pullable onto the back foot, and he hit that well through the mid-wicket area. 4 runs to Micah Narayan. He's gone to 9. It's 10 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Narayan. What is important is his positioning. He really got back and got across, so really on top of it, and really hit it between that mid-wicket at that long on. It raced down to the long on boundary for 4.
Journal from round the wicket, bowls to Narayan, hits that! He's going to be caught there! Caught at mid-on. Well. Darren Ned taking the catch. It was struck hard, but it was coming right in his path, and he had to jump. Let's see the elevation that he made. Made good elevation, took a catch. Look a little awkward, I dare say, in the end. So wicket number 2 goes. Micah Narayan caught there by Ned of the bowling of Noel. So 2 wickets fallen in the same over. 10 for 2, the Cinnamon Pacers.
Yeah, the successful over bowled by Noel there. 2 wickets go in identical fashion. Catch being taken by the same fielder, but it was a quicker delivery, and it to me it rushed Narayan quite a bit. Again, looking to play the pull shot, and you could see him really had to really hustle to get back onto it, and was not able to clear that mid-on. And Darren Ned taking another good catch. So really good over by Gerald Noel, picking up 2 wickets.
Yes, I thought it was a good catch. It's a little bit awkward taking the catch. But it's not always about how well you look. It's about how effective you are. Yeah. When you look at players like Shivnarayan Chandapal, who is not the nicest player to look at in terms of the manner in which he takes his stance, but who could have been more effective than Shivnarayan Chandapal? So Kyron Andrew replaces Micah Narayan, and Dana George would be bowling from the commentary booth in the northern or the pavilion end, the northern or the Darbo end, beg your pardon, and he's going to be moving it to bowl to Alec Athanase. Here he is Dana George in now and bowls to Athanase. Athanase comes forward, clips it nicely down to fine left, 4 runs. That's going to go all the way. Lovely shot. That was drifting down the leg side, and Athanase just came across, and look how neat. Look at the hands, the wrist work. And he clipped it fine off the pads down to the boundary for 4. He's now gone on to 5. It's 14 for 2.
Yeah, and it was very noticeably that he tried to play it fine. He just went to the left of that short fine leg, and I think if he looked to really hit it, it probably would have gone a bit squarer and maybe give that fielder a chance. But he really did turn it really fine, and he got it down to the boundary.
Yeah, once more is George in and bowls to Athanase. Athanase is pulling that. That's a fine shot. That's gone all the way. That's 6. Really, just go and fetch it. Bring it back in. Short off the back foot. and he got into position so quickly, got the elevation and lifted it over mid-wicket imperiously, and it went soaring over the boundary line for 6. He's quickly now gone on to 11, 20 for 2.
Yeah, good shot. Again, as you said, the position, and he got in the position very quickly. And you could see he had all the time in the world to pick up that shortish delivery, probably just outside the off stump, and was able to hit it over mid-wicket for 6.
Dana George is going to try again. Arthur Nez taps away at the crease, looks up in a very nice, organized stance up his. He's there now. Bows to Arthur Nez. Arthur Nez is hitting that over the backward square area, and that's gone for 4 more. Beautiful shot, slanting onto the pad, and look how he just came inside nicely and clipped it off. It would have cannoned into the pad if he had missed it, and it went over the backward square area and not trickled but really rushed over the boundary line. He has gone by 4, pushed on now to 15, and the total has gone to 24 for 2.
Well, we have seen the limited movement there by Atenes. He didn't move much. He waited on the ball to get to him, and all he did was just to clip it over backward square, and it rushed down to the boundary for 4. So you so have to be conscious in terms of your movement and your positioning to play those shots, and really you have shown that.
Here once was Dana George, moves in now to bowl to Arthur Nez, who is slashing at a delivery outside the off-stump, wide, confirmed by the umpire. 1 more to the total. Well, extras have now gone off the mark. It's gone to 1, and the total has moved to the quarter century marks, now 25 for 2. There is in fact a deep backward square put right back on the boundary for Arthur Nez, so I'm sure that he's going to be aware of that fielder right down on the deep backward square boundary. So Dana George again moves in with purpose, passes the umpire, left arm, just pushed out on the offside. Arthur Nez, good response there by Andrew, saw the opportunity for the single, and while Arthur Nez was just ambling down to the non-strikers end, he had to scamper, and he got there in the end. Total moves by 1 now to 26, and Arthur Nez has gone to 16.
Yes, and we see Atenes, they just taking the pace of that delivery, just push it slowly into the offside. A good slower delivery bowled by George, and he was really equal to that delivery and pushed it slowly and picked up a single.
We're in over number 2, bowled by Dana George. Here once more, still of course in the power play. Just 2 fielders outside the 30 yards. That's the long on and the deep mid wicket. Here is Dana George in now, and bowls to Andrew. Andrew is tickling that down to fine leg. That's going to go all the way for 4. Well, Dana George holds his head and grimaces, I would think. And the keeper had no chance at all. Short rising delivery, got inside the line, and just helped it on his way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. He's off the mark. He's gone for 4. It's now 30 for 2.
Yeah, short delivery down the leg side, and I think all that Andrew needed to do was to get a little bat onto it, which he did, and it went down to a fine leg position. The deep backward square, bit squarish, and that went down to the boundary.
Here is George now in and bowls to Andrew. Andrew is getting a Yorker. Lovely delivery. Good in swinging Yorker. Right up. And he can do no more than just manage to dig it out. He did it out, dug it out rather safely. Well, completes the over. So at the end of 2, they're really galloping along. 15 is the current run rate. 30 for 2. Arthur Nez is 16. 4 to Andrew. And Cinnamon Pacers, well, won the toss and batting. The run rate is right up there, but they've lost a couple of wickets.
Yeah, and George going for 20 in that over, and really at 30 for 2. I think Pacers would really want to cement their position. Atenas is still there and really looking good, so they would want to push on.
Yeah, delivery down the leg side. That's a fine shot for 4. Oh my golly, that was so beautifully struck. Now, yes, it was a full toss. I know it was a bad delivery, but the manner in which he hit it with such nonchalance and ease, and it went down to backward square for 4. Fine shot. He's pushed on to 20.
Yeah, well, that's so easy as 1, 2, 3. Just stood up and with all the ease in the world played it over the backward square leg. area and down to the boundary.
He's not a power hitter, you know. He's just a fine touch player. Here is Noel in balls to Athanes. Athanes is driving exquisitely out to extra cover. Dana George ran across to his left, picked up, and as if daring Athanes to run down the track, didn't do that. As Noel again is in and balls to Athanes, who is driving the ball well through extra cover, and that's gone for 4.
Well, it's actually over the cover boundary for 6.
Oh, it did go all the way, didn't it?
It picked it up. It really got to the pitch and lifted it. Went really quickly, flat, but cleared the ropes and cover and went over the boundary.
Yes, did go over the boundary line. That's a good hit. That's such a fine shot. He is really traveling. He's motoring along. Well, there are different paces around. He's something like supersonic now. He's gone to 26 very quickly. 26 of only 8 balls. What a fine player he is. Here once more is Noel moving in and bowls to Athanes. Athanes comes forward as if he's toying with the bowlers. Pushes the ball down to a straight mid-wicket and amble a single. So the total has gone by 1 now to 42. He's not bothered at all. You know, it's as though he's playing out there and his mind could be somewhere else. I mean, the sort of confidence with which, and just allows his body to do the action.
Yeah, he looked as though he's just taking a knock up on, on the grass, probably in the nets. He looks so confident and easy.
John Noel will move into bowl to Andrew. He's there now on balls, and Andrew is driving hard. They will get a single. The ball was hit down to mid-off and not fielded cleanly. So 1 more to Andrew's total. It's now gone on to 5. And the total has pushed on to 42 for 2, brings Alec Athanes, who's 27, back into strike. The extra cover is going to be pushed right back onto the sweeper position on the boundary. Here is Noel bowls to Athanes, who comes forward. A dot ball drives it up to mid-off. So that completes the over. So the end of Noel's spell is picked up 2 for 22. I think that he did what they wanted him to do, and that is to pick up 2 wickets. But he has been slightly expensive. After 3 overs, it's 42 for 2.
Yes, not bad bowling by Noel, really. I think he found himself in a position with bowling against a good batsman, picking up 2 wickets in his first over. But Athanes continued to really dominate as he's 27. And Noel finished with 2 overs, none for 22. George's first over going for 20. They will be comfortable 42 for 2 in 2 overs.
Yes, they are comfortable.
3 overs.
42 for 2, 3 overs gone. They've got 7 remaining. And Jamie Buddy is going to pick up the bowling from the northern or Dabo end. And for those of you who might be wondering about the Dabo end, that's the end to the north of the ground. Moves in and bowls down the leg side. Helped on its way down to fine leg for 4. Short delivery, sinking outside the leg stump. And Andrew rocked onto the back foot and helped it on its way down to fine leg for 4. He's gone to 9, 46 for 2.
Yeah, but he's trained first delivery, going down the leg side. Andrew was quick and swing it down to a long leg region, and with the feeler short just on the circle, really had no chance as the ball rushes down to the boundary.
Yeah, so we were talking about the Dabo end. I'm going to give you a little bit of info about that area. Here is Buddy in now on both. Andrew is lifting that. That's a lovely shot, really lovely. It's a sword into the heavens, gone over the deep mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs, easily picked up off the pad. And it's gone for a lovely mammoth 6. His total has moved on to 15. That's Andrew. And the 50 has come up. And come up in rather quick time. Well, they're really traveling on now. They're going at 15.60.
Yeah, really incredible shots. And he sort of flicked it really just from around the middle leg stump.
Buddy to Andrew outside the off stump, up to the back foot, and cuts that ball down to the deep point area. Backward point, 4 runs. It was short, made room outside the leg stump, well, and stretched for it rather, and lifted it over the infield down to the boundary, and just 2 bounces over the boundary line. 4 runs to Andrew. Back-to-back boundaries here. He's really pushed on now to 19. It's 56 for 2.
Yeah, bad delivery. That was given the right treatment. He cut down over backward point, and really there was no chance. But if he got closer to it, he probably would have hit it for 6. But pulling away, he had to stretch. It was still able to get it over backward point.
Well, Buddy moves in again, bowls to Andrew. Andrew is coming forward, pushes it on the offside. They go through for a quick single. They get it rather comfortably too. This good running, good call there on the part of Andrew. And Arthanez responded very well. He's gone by 1 to 20. It's now 57 for 2. We're talking about the northern end, the Darbo end. That's the hill overlooking the National Stadium. Quite a number of houses have been built there over the past 4 decades. Hilly area, some areas rather treacherous. And this entire area, inclusive of the hills overlooking the stadium, was once owned by a goodly lady called Lucy Darbo. We'll come back to that. Buddy's in now, and both Arthanez. Arthanez is lifting that inside out. It's going, gone, just over the boundary line. He gets 6. Got a lot of elevation. Didn't really get the kind of distance that he wanted, but sufficient to carry it over the boundary line. He has gone out to 33. Is 63 for 2.
Yeah, it was a slow ball by Buddy, and he had to really reach for it as he looked to hit it over extra cover. Just get it over the boundary. But went high in the air, so it's because of the ball being a slow delivery ball by Buddy.
Buddy again in now and balls to Arthanez. Arthanez is driving that just in front of square on the leg side. They've gone for 1, won't come back. They will in fact now come back for the second. The return comes into the keeper's end, and there is Arthanez sliding home. Bit of miss there in the field. Down there was a Dana George who didn't do a good work there in the mid-wicket area. So the over comes to an end. Rather expensive one there, bowled by Jamie Buddy. 23 for 1. And after 4 overs, of course, the power play just completed. 65 for 2.
Yeah, very good power play. 65 for 2. And maybe it might be note to check to see if it's not the most runs scored in the power play, but really have been good batting by Arthanez and Andrew. They so far put up 55 in a really quick time. As we see that Darren Ned going to pick up the attack from that southern end. He really would be looking to break this partnership. It's 55 runs in a really short time. Just 4 overs completed. And Ned is going to prepare the ball to Andrew.
Yes, Andrew played a good role so far. Taps away. Here is Ned in now and balls to Andrew. Andrew is driving a slow delivery over the boundary line. That's a fine shot. That's gone all the way. That's 6 runs. You could see that it was a slow ball, and he came forward, hit it on the half volley, went right under it and lifted it high and handsome, and it went straight as a pipeline, straight as an arrow over the long on area, and it went for 6. So he's really careening now. He's gone to 26, 71 for 2. Here is a delivery that squares him up a bit, opens the face of the bat, glides the ball down to third man as Mark comes off the boundary, sends the return to the keeper. The batsman had time to cross for 1. 1 more to Andrew, who's now gone on to 27, and Arthanez, who is 35, now comes into strike, is 72 for 2.
Yeah, really good going. 27 in just 8 deliveries, hitting 3 4s and 2 6s. Impressive knock so far.
Ned is in now and bowls Arthanez. Arthanez is off the back foot and he pulls that. That's it, a huge hit by a little man. Huge hit by a small man, rocked onto the back foot, heaved it over mid-wicket, and it just kept going and going and going. I would think maybe close to 100 yards. And that's gone for a big hit. He's now just moved on. He's motored on to 41. It's 78 for 2.
And you look at his movement, and it's because he's getting into position quickly. Limited movement into position and picked it up and really hit it long over a mid-wicket area.
Ned again is in and bowls to Athanes. Athanes is off the back foot. Hits that down to the squarish cover position. That's a fine shot. He didn't move, and nobody else should have moved for that either. The inner field stood rather helpless as that ball raced across the turf, and Casimir Thomas just looked at it go, and the fielder down at the deep extra cover area was running across, but he just went across for academic interest, and the ball went into the boundary for 4. He's gone to 45. 45 very quickly of only 14 balls, and the total has moved on to 82 for 2. Well. Ned, treated harshly so far, begins to bustle past the umpire and both Athanes. Athanes is off the back foot and cuts that one. That's going to be 4 more. Oh, what cavalier batting. What a sensational shot. What a wonderful display of good timing, great batting. He's moved on to 49. Well, the crowd and the teammates probably thought that he's gone to the 50 mark. He's not quite got there as yet. Still got 1 more to go. Yes, he's 49 of only 15 balls.
Yeah, another superb shot. Short delivery. And again, you had to get into position to play the shot, and he really smashed it down to backward point. And it really traveled really quickly across the field, and tells you something about his timing. Really playing some beautiful shots.
Yes, Lord, this is breathtaking. It's such a wonderful display of good, authentic stroke play. Here once more is Ned coming in there now and balls to Athanes. Athanes, he is so confident, tucked that ball from way outside the off stump and tucked it down to the long on area, and they got 1. So his 50 has just in fact come up. Athanes 50 of just 16 balls, and Cinnamon Pacers at the end of 5. At the end of 5, they're 87 for 2. This is Dream 11 Spice Isle 10-10 cricket.
Yeah, beautiful batting by Athanes. Yeah, this pair has so far put on 77, and really, you think about Pacers at 10 for 2 at one time. They really came together and really take their attack to close challengers. Really find themselves in a good position. Just at the halfway mark, 5 overs. Ned going for 22 in that over. 87 for 2. As we see, there could be a change from Joseph. It looks like going to pick up the attack from this northern end. We saw Bodie just bowling 1 over, and Imran Joseph pick up the attack from this northern end.
Yes, Rayfel, I just had to take a drink of water just a while ago, as you may have noticed, because it's been traveling at such a frenetic pace. Made me dehydrated for a short while. So here is Joseph moving in to bowl to Athanes. Athanes is 50. He's really played well. And to say he played well is putting it mildly. He's played excellently. So Joseph is in to bowl to Athanes, who is getting a full toss that he clips down to mid-wicket. As the fielder is Dana George down there. Sends a 1 bounce return to the keeper. Athanes goes by 1 to 51. Brings Kyron Andrew 27. His 27 has been only off 9 deliveries. And he's right up there. In fact, both of them are going at the same striking rate. Exactly 300. As it's once more. Imran Joseph moves in to bowl to Andrew, and Andrew is having a big heave at that one. That's going to go out the ground too. 6 runs. Picked that up from outside the off stump and lifted it high, handsomely. Wonderful shot over the long on area, widest long on preferably, and it went over the boundary line for 6. He has gone to 33.
A slow delivery attempted there by Joseph, and Andrew really picked it up and hit it from outside the off stump. That really was able to pick up the slow delivery.
Short delivery outside the off to no ball. And I think it might have been called a wide too. It's got to be a free hit. Overstepping there. You're the guilty man, the culprit, Joseph. Maybe made a little inquiry of the umpire as to how far he went over. Doesn't matter really. Confirmed a no ball, free hit. And when you're going at 17.8 runs per over, you just don't want a free hit at all, do you? Here once more is Imran Joseph moving in now and balls to Andrew. Andrew is lifting that. That's gone again. He's going to hit somebody in the players' pavilion. No, well, maybe just miss somebody. Someone had to take evasive action. And the ball coming back into play. I tell you what, it hit somewhere by the players' pavilion, I guess the wall or something, and still was able to bounce back and roll back onto the playing area. Ooh, 100 have been posted. It's going so fast here. You can't believe that 100 has come up in 5.3 overs. This is absolutely incredible. What a game this. Here is Joseph again. Well, if they're going sequentially, they could probably get up to 180 yard. This is really cavalier. Delivery that is driven down the ground. They're going to get one. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. Coming across rather quickly. Cyprian Forsyth, the captain, covered ground quickly, cut it off, but that was hit straight. Andrew is 40, Arthur Nez 51.
Already have been explosive batting by Andrew. Just 13 deliveries and he's already 40. 4 sixes and 3 fours.
Well, if this was some sort of military exercise here, I don't know whether you'll call it AKs or certainly not 303 old-fashioned rifles. Really, here once more is Joseph in and boasts Arthanez. Arthanez is off the back foot and hits that down to third man for 4. Backward point preferably. Well, he shaped as though he was going to tug it through the offside, to the onside, and the ball took more the outer portion. I don't think that's where he really wanted it to go, but by Jove, it went along the carpet so very quickly. They're hitting just about everything now. Everything in the slot, they're going after it. 55, he moved on. 106 for 2. As Joseph, none for 19. In and balls to Arthanez. Arthanez is in defense and plays the ball up on the offside, and they just trot a single. So a rather expensive over there by Imran Joseph. Everybody has been expensive so far anyway. None for 20 of 1, and Cinnamon Pacers, who won the toss and decided to bat, they're off to an absolutely great start. 107 for 2. This is Dream 11 Spice Isle 10 cricket.
Yeah, beautiful batting by both batsmen, Andrew and Atenas. And really, this has been the most explosive batting we have seen in the tournament so far. We had just 6 overs completed. And already we are 107 for 2 with Andrew 40 from 13 deliveries and Atenas 56 from 19. Yet another 50. That's his fifth 50 in the tournament. And I think he has just passed 400 runs in the tournament, just around the 416 mark in the tournament. Really has been a tremendous tournament for him.
He has been a model of consistency. He's a top-notch player. Just looked head and shoulder above all the other batsmen in the tournament. So, Arthanez will be taking strike on 56. Here comes Clifford Mark in and bowls to Arthanez, who hits that down all along the carpet to the deep forward square position, gets a single. He's now moved on to 56. 56. And the total has moved on to 108 for 2. The over rate right now 17.51. Over number 7 in progress. Bowled by Mark. Here is Mark from the far end, and he's going to move into bowl to Andrew. He's there now on balls, and he is looking to hit that straight. Doesn't make contact. And the keeper there standing up
Yeah, he will be a little disappointed. This one was up to him, and again he was looking to hit straight. That made no contact.
Here he is again, bowls and can do no more. Well bowled, Yorker-like delivery there by Mark. So he's gotten off to a good start here. Just a 1 run coming off his 3 deliveries so far. Clifford Mark as he goes back again and would move in to bowl to Andrew. He's there and bowls, and Andrew is looking to hit that over mid-wicket, playing across the line of flight. Doesn't make the kind of contact that he wanted. The ball went out on the offside. The bowler in Mark on his follow-through came through very quickly and picked the ball up. Goes back in a rather workmanlike manner. It earned his concentration. He's bowled pretty well so far. In now and bowls to Andrew. Andrew is hitting that hard. Down to long off. Gets a comfortable single. Brings him his 41st run. And the total has moved by 1 now to 109. 109 for 2. As the field changes over to accommodate the left-handed Alec Arthanes, who is on 57. The partnership now worth 99, so just a 1 more and will bring up very much of a record here. 99, no, that's not quite a record, is it?
That would be the second century partnership.
Here is Arthanes. Arthanes hits that one. That's gone again. It's another 6 over mid-wicket. Short delivery onto the back foot he went and lifted it really well, handsomely over the mid-wicket area. And so 6 runs, 115 for 2. So the 100 partnership has been posted. And what a marvelous display of batting by these two. Andrew, he's gone, he's 41, will be taking strike. Arthanes is 63.
Yeah, good shot by Arthanes again. Just slightly going down the leg side. And he picked it up, getting into the position, picked it up. And whipped it over deep mid-wicket for 6 here. Really has been playing a very good innings. He's moved to 63, and really look as though he's playing with so much ease. His timing really has been exquisite, and as you said before, as a player for the future, really, and actually playing each ball on his merit. He's doing nothing rash, but continues to play good cricket shots.
Well, here's Casimir pulled into the attack and bowls to Andrew. Andrew gets a short delivery that he pulls down to the mid-wicket area. Will get just a single as the return will come to Bishop. 1 more to his total. So he'll be eyeing a landmark. He'll be eyeing 50. He's 42 now as Arthanes, who is 63, comes into strike. He's been in superb form. And he has done so many things right in this tournament. Thomas is in and bowls to Arthanes. Arthanes is reverse sweeping that. Oh, it went in and out. Catch there spilled at the square leg position. He should have taken the catch, moved across to his right, and the ball just went out. And they were able, in fact, to get the single.
Yeah, bad miss by the field at square leg. They got both hands straight and just failed to hold on.
He reversed the shot. That's Arthanes. Here is Casimir Thomas in and bowls to Andrew. Andrew gets one that is right up, almost into the block hole, and hits the ball down to Noel, who's peeling there on the long on boundary, and he gets a single. He's now got to 43. Arthanes, who is 64, now comes back into strike, 118 for 2. Thomas moves in and bowls to Arthanes, who is hitting that over down to the long area, and that's 4 runs. Ooh.
Well, he seemed to be just toying with the bowlers.
Yes.
With all the ease in the world. He just stood up and clipped it over backward square.
Well, this is fantastic. As if he could do anything inside there. He just stood there and just clipped it off the pad with consummate ease. And it went down to backward square for 4. Thomas is in once more and bowls to Arthanes. Arthanes is off the back foot and he pulls that, and they've got to look at it again. Nobody can do anything about that. Down to deep backward square. This time he didn't get over it. He went underneath it and lifted it and it went way over the boundary line. That's a huge six there by Arthur. He's gone to 74. It's 128 for 2.
Yes, and certainly the way he's going, he can't get to 3 figures. There's still 2 overs to go after this one.
Oh my God, that'll be crazy. It really will be crazy. Here is Thomas now moving in once more, and he's there on balls to Arthanes. Arthanes is off the back foot and looking to cut that one. It was more so on the wider side, but not confirmed a wide by the umpire. He's standing there and looking at the umpire as if to say, that was wide enough. He really should have called it.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Yes.
Lucky to get away with this one, wide off the off stump.
I think so. I think so. But the umpire said no. It was just a centimeter or 2 inside, and he confirmed that it was a legal delivery. So 128 for 2. Andrew is 43. Arthanes is 74. Andrew will be taking strike, and maybe Forsyth would be wondering, well, who should I bowl now?
Yeah, I think all the bowlers really came in for some sticks. Mark in his first over 1 for 8, I think probably was the best of the bowlers.
Here is Mark coming in now, and both Andrew is hitting that straight. Now that is a big hit, big one, and it has just fallen a few seconds after it was hit straight over the bowler's head, and that's gone for a great shot. He's gone now to 49 with that big 6 straight down the ground, and the total has moved really to 134 for 2. Here once more is Mark passing the umpire now, and balls to Andrew. Andrew is tugging that down to long on. They've gone for 1. Won't come back for the second. The return comes in to the keeper's end. Teddy Bishop 50. Runs across, picks it up. 50 runs posted, 21 balls, 34 minutes at the crease, 3 4s and 5 6s for his 50. And that has been a wonderful innings. Not as smooth as Alec Athanes' innings, but equally effective. So, Arthanes just making some adjustment to his gloves, settles in a rather peaceful manner. Here he is now and bowls, and Arthanes is hitting that. Somebody is going under it. The catch is going to be taken. Gone this time, trying to hit it inside out. Well, that went miles into the sky, and Teddy Bishop has just given him a congratulatory pat on the forearm, as if to say, well done, Alec. You've done a great job. You've really batted so very well. And when your opponent could congratulate you, it just tells you how well you have done. So Forsyth there, taking the catch. He's gone for 74 of the bowling of Clifford Mark. And Cinnamon Pacers 135 for 3. You're watching Dream 11 Spice Isle 10-10 cricket.
Yeah, another very good knock from Alec Athanes, 74, 26 deliveries, and 7 4s and 6 6s. Really have been tremendous batting of the highest order, and really a batsman that times the ball really sweetly, gets into position quickly, and that makes shot making easy when you could get into positions. It's all that is required is basically timing, and we have seen him time and time again. Timing the ball so well. Really good innings.
Mark is in to bowl to. That ball is hit down just past the catch is going to be taken. So the bowler left the ball. It went very high into the air, and he came around, and in the end took a simple catch. The bowler left it for the fielder at mid-off to take the catch, and another wicket has fallen just as Arthanes had made his way to the pavilion. Another wicket has fallen. So Andrew, they're caught by Forsyth of the bowling of Clifton Mark. Well, he's picked up 2. Clifford Mark, he's picked up 2, and he went for 50. So 2 of the main strikers have just been dismissed, but they've played their role quite well. 135 for 4, 135 for 4 as Chat Charles comes out.
Yeah, good knock by Andrews. He put on 125 with Athanes. Again, a slower delivery bowled by Mark. And Andrews again looking to go straight to hit over the top. But got into the shot too early and was only able to hit it up in the air and was caught just at mid-off position, just behind the bowler on the offside.
So here is Mark, moves in now to bowl to Peters. Peters is off the back foot, cuts that one over the infield. The ball is going to go very close to the boundary, pull back there, and they will in fact come back for what would be the second run. The return comes in now to Bishop. They get 2. So 2 more to the total, 137 now for 4.
They have now scored the highest total of 137, beating I think 134 that was scored before.
Here is a delivery that is hit down to the deep mid-wicket area. They will come back for the second. They know they decide against it, but they really should have come back for the second run there. So Peters has gone to 3. The over has come to an end. 9 overs gone. 138 for 4. 138 for 4. And this is the final over coming up. It has been a run fest, so to speak. There's been a festivity of runs outside there by the Simon Pacers. And with this last over, well, maybe they're trying to see, Raphael, as to whether they could get up to 150.
Yeah, definitely they would want to get up to 150. But that last delivery, there really should have been 2 runs. I think it was bad running by Charles and Peters. There was no aggression, and really he should have get back for 2 runs. But the 138 for 4 really is a good total. And as you said, they probably would want to get it up to 150 as Buddy take up the attack.
So Jamie Buddy would move in to bowl to Peters. Peters just looking around the field, likes what he see. Here is Buddy in now and bowls to Peters. Peters is getting a delivery. You could see he was beginning to open up the shoulders, but that was a slower one, and all he could do is tap it back to the bowler who came through, picked it up on his follow through. Total remains on 138 for 4. Peters is 3. Here once more is Buddy in now and both to Peters. Peters is lifting that down to the long on position. They've hustled for 1. They won't come back for the second. The return comes in. Very good work there done by Jaron Noel down on the long on boundary. 1 more to Peters' total. It's now gone to 4. 139 for 4. Charles comes in to strike. Left-handed Charles. The field changing over. There is a third man. Backward point, cover right back on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, forward square leg, fine leg inside as he moves in now and bowls outside the off stump. Big swish by Charles, doesn't make contact. Teddy Bishop collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 139 for 4. So 3 deliveries already bowled in this over.
Charles is just pulling away from that delivery. He got closer to it. Really would have been in perfect position to hit over long off.
Buddy's in now and bowls to Charles. Charles has a big swing at that one, taking his eyes off the ball and not getting close to it. Just stood there and had a fling at it. Didn't make any contact. Bishop collects behind the stumps.
Yeah, just need to get closer to the delivery. Buddy pitching it on the off stump, moving further outside the off stump. And Charles just standing his ground and swinging.
Here is Buddy moving in to bowl to Charles, who to this delivery is getting a short delivery, helps it on its way down to the deep backward square area. They've gone for 1, will come back for the second. They'll come for the third run. They've got to hurry. The return comes in, but he's able to slide home Peters, and they get 3. So Charles has gone to 3. Peters is 4. The run rate 14.44. It's 142 for 4, and this is the final delivery coming up. Final delivery bowled by Jamie Buddy. He's going to move in to bowl to Kenroy Peters. He's just about there now and bowls to Peters. Peters gets a slow delivery that he hits down to the long on area, straight over the bowler's head, and just cleaned up a little bit there by Ned and pulled it back inside. The return comes in, so that completes the over. They did get 2 runs. They took just the 1 run. So it's 143, 143 for 4. Charles not out 3. Peters not out 5. And well, what a wonderful batting display, particularly by Hazard and Alec Arthanes, to bring the total, the biggest of the tournament, 143 for 4 after 10.
Yeah, good batting display by Cinnamon Pacers. The batting of Arthanes and Kyron Andrew, I think, really would have really turned things around. There was really a number of boundaries being hit, a number of sixes being hit. Really have been explosive batting. I think at 143 for 4, Cinnamon Pacers be very confident with the situation they're in, and really would make it really challenging for Clove Challengers to get up to 144 for victory.
Yes, so it's going to be very challenging for the challengers, as Raphael Crony having a wonderful play on words there. So 149 for 143 for 4. Let's just quickly go through the scorecard for you. Hazard caught Ned, bowled Noel without scoring. Arthanes was caught Forsyth of the bowling of Mark for 74. 26 deliveries, 40 minutes of the crease, at the crease, 7 fours and 6 sixes. Micah Narayan, the captain, hit a couple of boundaries before he was caught Ned of the bowling of Noel for 9. Then there was Kyron Andrew, who played a very blistering innings with a scoring rate of 227.27. He was caught Forsyth of the bowling of Mark for 50, just 22 balls, 36 minutes at the crease, hit 3 fours and 5 sixes. Peters not out 5 at the end. Chat Charles not out 3. 143 for 4, 143 for 4 at the run rate of 14.33. Well, it was a sorry sight in the bowling column for the Clove Challengers. 2 for 22, Jerron Noel, his bowling stood out. Dana George, none for 20 of 1. Buddy, none for 28 of 2. Darren Ned, none for 22 of 1. Imran Joseph, none for 20 of 1. Clifford Mark, 2 for 18 of 2. And Casimir Thomas bowled just a 1 over for 13 runs. So 143 for 4, Cinnamon Pacers. And of course, when Clove Challengers go into bat, they will have a rather challenging total. They've got to go to 144 for victory. We're going to wait for this run chase here and see what Clove Challengers can do as they challenge the total of 143. So until it's time to resume when Clove Challengers will be chasing, enjoy your moment and we'll be back to give you the commentary.
Welcome back to the National Stadium. Dream 11's Spicel T10 tournament. We are in match number 29. And Clove Challengers really do have a challenge. We need to get up to 144 for victory. As we are about to see the reply, Williams bowling to Darren Ned, play down to backward point, and this going to go down to the boundary for 4. Again, really timing. Short of a length delivery outside the off stump. He got on top of it and really steered it down to that backward point region and really quickly went across the surface. So he's off the mark with 4. Challengers 4 without loss. They need 144 for victory. And as Williams, Ruel Williams, right arm over from this northern end. This ball is pushed down to that extra cover. And the captain, Narayan, moving to his right. So one more to Darren Ned. It's 5 without loss. And Ali Ned did have some really good innings in the tournament, and a lot to depend on Ned.
Yes, he has been one of the open batsmen that has scored consistently. Pretty good batsman, plays a lot of attacking shots. And with this mammoth score, of course, they will be expecting him to do well.
Johnson, Angel Johnson. We are seeing him really for the first time. This one is played on to backward square again. Let's see signal. Looking for the pull shot. And just seemed to come off the glove. And it went down to that backward square position. And so he's off the mark. It's 6 without loss.
Yeah, that's his first stint. A young Cornwall, West Indies player.
Yeah, it's right a bit off size. Ned again is playing down to backward. Good stop by the third man, short third man fielder there. Ball was traveling really quickly. Again, trying to repeat that shot that he played before, which was hit down to that backward point position. So Ned pick up his 6 run, 7 without loss. Williams, as he is about to bowl to Johnson. He's up to the wicket, bowl to Johnson. This is right up Johnson, hitting straight and not getting hold of it. And Peters comes around from long off. So he moves to 2. It's 8 without loss. Clove Challengers really would have to score really big. They need a run rate of 14.80. And this one is hit over cover. And the cover fielder is going to come around and they come back. Well, 1 run taken there really should have been 2. But sort of poor run in there as we see the end of the first over. Clove Challengers, they are 9 without loss. Requiring 144 for victory.
But Johnson playing in his first game, as we said, he had a bit of size, and the previous delivery he had to really accelerate to get there. So I suspect he would have been taking a breather. But reasonably good start, 9 runs. They have not lost a wicket. They will need to obviously to really increase the tempo. It's a huge score. It's one of the largest score in the tournament so far. Yeah. And they will really have to motor their way to that score, and it will not come by pushing it around. They will have to hit quite a number of boundaries.
Yes, they would want to take full advantage of the power play. We saw that Pacers got 65 in their power play. I think probably which is one of the biggest, the most runs we have seen by any other teams in the power play. And they really want to take advantage of the first 4 overs. Javel St. Paul from the southern end, he pick up the attack. Again, Ned looking to pull. Shortish delivery, lifting outside the off stump. And he made no contact. But again, looking to clear the mid wicket or the mid on. It's 9 without loss. Here we are in the second over. Really a stiff target for Clove Challengers. St. Paul. And this ball is played to cover. Slower delivery, and And Ned coming forward and push it to cover, narrowing the captain. He comes in and field. Ned, who had scored 250s in the tournament so far, as he faces another delivery from St. Paul. And this one is hit straight, and it passes the mid-on fielder, goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, St. Paul trying a slow delivery there, and just seems to just train more on the legs. And we have seen the importance, Ali, of hitting straight. You know, Ned came forward and hit straight, and it went to the left of that mid-on fielder, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
And as we said, Ned has been one of the batters in form in this competition, and he's continuing. But the bowler at this stage, sometimes you just need to bowl defensive balls rather than slow ones.
Ned, and swings this one. That's a massive hit that gone over mid-wicket for 6, and really that really big hit by Ned there as he picked it up and really swung it lustily over mid-wicket for 6. A tremendous shot by Ned.
That's a great shot. He really swung it hard. You can see the effort and energy in it, and he cleared the boundary by a long way.
Well, they need to get a lot more of those 6s. St. Paul once again up to bowl to Ned. Ned is back and played it down to backward point. And again, one thought there really should have been a single there. So some little confusion with the running between the wicket. And we've seen both batsmen just having a mid-wicket discussion, but it should have been an easy single.
Well, Johnson playing his first game, and I don't know how many times Ned would have opened bat, and that position, sort of backward point, you just say is a sort of run-out position, because the two batters would be looking at the ball there.
For the see, Ned is hitting that high in the air. Let's see, the long off is going back, but he will have to watch it as it goes over his head for another 6. Again, Ned using his feet a bit and lofting it over long off for 6.
Great shot. He just kept his composure. He kept his stance and really leant into it. And it did make a bit of height, but he was still able to clear the boundary, and 2 very good shots there. Upbeat the tempo. They are now 25 in 2 overs, and just the kind of starter thing they wanted.
Yeah, St. Paul going for 16 in that over. And Ned really taking a liking to St. Paul. Darren Ned, before this game, 181 runs. He had a height of 51 not out. He had 250s. And really challengers really would be depending on Ned to give them the sort of start. And that would put them in a position to really challenge that score of 143 needed. So after 2 overs, 25 without loss. As we see Nicoby John from this island of Carriacou, and having his first bowl in the tournament, and he will be bowling to Johnson, and Johnson hits this one. It's going to clear the mid off, yes, and it drops over mid off and then rolls into the boundary for 4. Again, seem to be bowling some off spin, but again giving some air. And Johnson not getting hold of it. Really, it probably was up in the slot that really should have gone, but he picked up 4. 29 without loss. John is going to go around the wicket. Johnson on 6 as he faces another delivery. Again, he looking to hit somewhere over backward square. Again, a delivery pitched up. Lucky to get away there. Given a bit of flight just around his legs, and he went to hit it somewhere over mid-wicket.
I think he should have go inside of it. He went outside of it. Go inside and swing it.
Well, let's see what he does for John once again. Give him some air and push John to mid-off, just past the extra cover, and this ball goes very close, goes down to the boundary for 4. Really, that ball really traveled quickly. Maybe timed it a little more than we expected.
Yeah, he did, because that ball, I mean, surprised everyone getting to the boundary, but the long mid-off player, I don't think he anticipated well. Is after he beat the player in the circle, then he started to chase, and that didn't give him enough time.
So Johnson goes to 10, 33 without loss. Nickoby John, first over, ball to Johnson, again pitched up, and Johnson comes down on this one, push it back to the bowler. So we into the third over, 33 without loss. Still 111 runs needed as John. Again, Johnson is coming forward and play a backward point, and the batsman complete a single. So 34 without loss. Net on 23 from 10 deliveries come back into strike. And let's see, yes, John will continue to bowl around the wicket. Gone for 9 so far in his first over as he's around the wicket to bowl to Darren Ned. Again, pitch up and whip down to square leg. The mid-wicket fielder have some running to do again. And this ball going to go almost to the boundary. Just a bit of a misfeeling on the boundary there and allow the batsman to come back for 2.
Yeah, it was a full toss, but generally a pretty good over from John, bowling his first over in the competition, bowling to one of the better hitting batsmen in the tournament, and going for 11 runs. I think, by the time the nerves and so settle, and a promising spinner he is.
So 12, the run rate of 12. They need to get 15.43, get up to that run rate. 36 without loss, but I think the important thing is that they haven't lost a wicket. As we see Narain, the captain of Pacers, Cinnamon Pacers, he's going to pick up the attack from the southern end, and he'll bowl into Johnson, who's on 11 from 7 deliveries. Hit 2-4 so far. Well, and he's bowling to a short third man, backward point, square cover, and a mid-off. As Ned is on up to again Johnson looking for the big drive. Really, the foot not really moving towards the ball, just coming off the inside edge and go out on the onside.
Well, his replay shot was perfect, so if he can execute that, I suspect he will get runs.
Yeah, and that ball was over pitch, really up in the slot. As Narain once again to Johnson. Johnson come forward and play on the onside. And slow delivery by Narain. Batsman picking up another single. It's 37 without loss.
I'll just watch to see that third delivery, because the 2 previous deliveries was of nearly the same pace, which are very slow to what Narain can really bowl.
Well, let's see what he does. As he's up to Ned. Ned plays it neatly down to mid-wicket fielder on the boundary and arms as a single. Takes his score on to 26. Really have started play another good hand is Darren Ned. 26, 12 deliveries. So far 2 4s and 2 6s. Really has impressed all with his batting as Johnson plays this one, most confident shot that we have seen him. Played it firmly down to the field on the long leg boundary. Had some running to do to his right. So Johnson pick up another run. He's on the 13. And it's 39 without loss in the 4th over. As Narain. Again, and Ned looking to hit this one just somewhere to square leg, made no contact, and go into his body.
And that would have been a safe shot because there's no one protecting the boundary on that side. He just tried to lift it over the infield, but didn't make contact.
Darren Ned, 26, 13 deliveries. As Mike and Narain is up to it, both to Ned. Ned coming forward and push to cover. They go for a quick single. And yeah, good run in there good backing up by Johnson. As Karen Andrew coming quickly from cover. That completes the first over from Narain. Going for 3 runs in that over at the end of 4 overs. It's 40 without loss.
A good backing up from the non-striker there, Johnson, because it was a quick single. He really had to motor his way down. The throw was good, it was accurate. The fielder was only seeing one stump and hit, but he made it. Good over from the captain Narayan, just 4 runs off it, and put in more pressure and challengers.
Well, you see, John just bowling 1 over. I think went for 11 runs, and we see now the advent of Kenroy Peters, as he's going to bowl over the wicket to Ned, who's on 27.
He has picked up some wickets in the competition.
As he's to Ned, and Ned again looking to hit down to backward point, made no contact there, looking to pick that gap, and really there's a lot of space down at that backward point area. No one on the boundary. As Peters to Ned, and Ned plays it to a short backward square leg and pick up an easy single. So Ned moves to 28. And it's 41. Really, someone just need to step up for close challengers. And Ned is going to bowl to Johnson. And this one comes off the edge and just short of the fielder. Again, that backward point, the short third man had moved his right. Again, he's looking to cut it down to backward square.
Well, maybe if he had timed it well, he would have paced the gap. It didn't make proper contact.
This one again hit down to the cover field. The cover on the boundary move around, and it seemed not to be much aggression in the running there. The ball went bouncing down to cover, and the fielder had to run in and really run to his left and then run in. The batsman settled for 1. And Johnson comes back into strike. As we see Peters. Again, he's looking to swing low appeal and not out by the umpire. Probably would have beaten the leg stump. Just heave it over mid-wicket. Strange shot.
Yeah. He got tucked up. I think the ball pitched too close to him to pull.
As Peters. And Ned is swinging this one. This goes over mid-wicket. And that's a huge hit, and just drops into the stands. Really bad delivery, and really given the right treatment.
Yeah, it was short. It was, and he's an off spinner, short. So coming into the right hander, and he got in and swung it lustily and hard, clearing the boundary by a pretty long way, and getting 6. So I think Johnson sort of make his mind up very early that he's not going to run 2. He just jogs on for the first run and most of the occasion, but they will need to still upbeat the tempo. Yes, 50 they still need 94 of 30 deliveries, so boundaries must be scored here. No question about that. They'll have to get the boundaries.
So, close challengers, 50 without loss. This has been the biggest opening stand. Darren Ned, 35 from 18. Johnson, 14. It's first 14 from 12 deliveries. A run rate of 10. I need to run 18.8. As Chad Charles, your spin up Chad Charles from the southern end, right arm over the wicket. And this one is swung. Now, looking to swing. Well, I was looking for it over mid wicket, but a big swing there by Johnson, making no contact as it went into his path. Johnson, Chad Charles, right arm off spin again. Ball given air. Kane is looking for the big swing again. Really,
he's bold.
Actually, he's bold. Well, we looked blinded for a moment, not realizing that it went into the stump. But again, big swing, and really you can see it's his body is one way, and really, uh, really a bad shot there by Johnson, and just went into the stumps.
Yeah, well, he would have lost his shape. His head was in the air. Not too sure he was looking at the ball enough. Chad is a off spinner, so you will be coming into you. He tried to swing it. Don't think anything was lined up for that shot. He missed and was bowled.
Yeah, again, batsman pulling away, swinging and pulling the body away. And as you said, Ali, really, he lose his shape and really was in no position to hit that ball. So 50 for 1. Chad Charles picking up the first wicket. The wicket of Angel Johnson. He was bowled by Charles for 14. He faced 14 deliveries and hit 2 fours in his inning.
Yes, it's his first game, but obviously they needed a more tempo in that batting.
Teddy Bishop swing this one down to mid-wicket. Reaching for that delivery there. No timing, it went bouncing down to mid-wicket, and the Ambler single.
That is amazing that the batsman trying to swing the ball with the players on the boundary. And the other side of the field doesn't have many players there.
So Ned comes into strike and plays it, pushes it down to a long on. Again, the Ambler single. No aggressive intent. Darren Ned pick up one more. He moves to 36. It's 52 for 1.
And when they jog through a single like that, you don't put the fielder on any sort of pressure because you notice you're not running for the second.
Bishop faces Charles, and Bishop again looking to pull. Probably a quicker delivery, and it stayed down a bit. So you're looking to go the aerial route. Looking to clear mid-wicket. Ball going into his pads. Teddy Bishop, we're all hoping to see the brilliance of Teddy Bishop. And this one hit down to long and goes down to the fielder, straight to the fielder, who takes a simple catch. Again, Ali, Bishop not being able to get off. A short delivery hit down to wide mid-wicket.
Well, he has played that type of inning so often in the tournament where he just seems not to be picking the gaps. He's swinging at everything, losing his shape, playing it direct to players. And of course, we all know that he's a much better player than that. And maybe, just maybe, he might have to go back and do a lot more work on his longer format of the game. Not to show how beneficial this type of innings that he has been playing is for him, He's a West Indies youth selectee on the trial squad. And he really needs to get himself in form. And I'm not too sure he's doing himself any justice.
So Imran Joseph, Teddy Bishop, just going for just one single, caught by Ruel Williams of the bowler Chad Charles. So Charles picking up 2 wickets as this is hit over long on another good shot, and that goes a long way for 6. Again, ball giving some air by maturing into the attack, first delivery, and Darren Ned getting under it and lifting it over long on. Really confident shot for 6. That brings the score to 42 and 58 for 2.
A good shot. Well flighted delivery. You had to give him credit. He tried to flight it, but it was in the slot. And Ned, being that poor hitter that he is, when the bat makes contact, he's going to go a long way.
Well, he has a long on right back, Atenes. Deep mid to right back. Maturin, this is short, and he goes down to Atenes, who that long on, come forward, take a beautiful catch. What a lovely catch taken by Atenes. Coming forward and diving and picking it up with both hands. And this is sort of catch we expect some of our top players to be taking. Good catch. As you see the replay here, come forward and really dive forward and really, in the air taking that catch.
Well, I think that would have been one of the top catches in the tournament so far. He had to come in quite a bit, and the distance he threw himself, and he's not a big man. He's neither is he tall, and the distance he threw himself, and very confident. He never looked wrathful about it. and really a spectacular catch. It's good to see the Mathurin still trying to spin and turn the ball and fly the ball. This is a big field. He will have to time it well, and Ned didn't time it as he expected, and a good wicket.
Yeah, and you speak about a big field. That one has to give the groundsman credit. I think they have been preparing some really lovely surface for this T10 tournament. Cyprian Forsyth, the captain, his first delivery from Maturin, hit just over the backward point. Williams there, who chases after it, and Forsyth come back for 2 runs. But as you said, Ali, Maturin is not afraid to spin the ball. Well, they have a big total, so you give him some cushion to work with. But he's really giving the ball quite a bit of air as he's comes around with a short delivery, and Forsyth hit this one down to mid wicket and pick the gap well, and it goes across the road for 4. Bad delivery.
Well, there's no need to fix it if nothing is wrong. He has been bowling pretty well. He tried a faster one, pull it down too short, and give a free hit to Forsyth.
So it's 64 for 3 for this delivery. Forsyth again is looking to swing. Ball turning, as you said, giving it air, ball turning away. Joseph rather, and making no contact. Imran Joseph on 6. He faces another short delivery hit with that over long on for 6. Again, very short, and he had no difficulty in lifting this one over the long on area, yet for another 6.
Yeah, extremely short delivery, and the batsman called that a free hit. He can hit it any way he wants. He chose to hit it over deep middle wicket for 6. He started bowling well, but as the over continued, he sort of pulled down on his deliveries, and probably should be urged to continue trying to flight it. But still got a very important wicket, and put in more pressure on the challengers. They are just 70 for 3. They need 74 of just 18 deliveries.
Yeah, and Forsyth is going to face his first delivery. Charles in his second over, picking up 2 wickets in his first over. And he's over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Forsyth, who uses his feet, hit it down to long on. Again, no timing. And Charles giving the ball a little bit of air and just pitching it wide off the off stump, making it difficult for the batsman to reach it, to get any time in. Forsyth is off the mark with 1, 71 for 3. Imran Joseph, who's on 12. Face Charles again, wide off the off stump, hit straight, long, over long on, and he get really good bat into this one and clear the long on fielder very easily. And for another 6, his third 6 so far. So he quickly goes to 18.
And that one was really too wide from the off spinner, because when you bowl it like that and he coming into the batter, he'll be getting it somewhere in the middle of the bat. And he did just that, and over the long on boundary for 6.
Charles once again to Joseph, again giving a lot of air, and Joseph hitting this one down to long on. Again looking for the big shot. Probably get too much over the delivery, and so drag it down to long on.
We can't fault them for trying, because they are a long way behind the run rate.
Forsyth is hitting straight. Lovely shot. This one going to clear the fence rather easily, and yet for another 6. So Forsyth getting into the arc, just using his feet. Ball given a little more air by Charles. Score moves to 84. This is wide off the off stump, and probably chance missed there. Forsyth had to go very far for it. Let's see. No signal from the umpire. As we look at the replay here, really wide one. Probably lucky to get away with this one.
It was a wide delivery, way outside. But and not so well, and not too sure if he was missed stump, because it's difficult for the keeper to get to the stumps from that distance.
Keeper having to go a long way for this delivery. Forsyth again is swinging this one, goes over long on, again for another huge 6. Again, picking between that wide mid wicket and the long on. But again, get good timing on this one. And it cleared that long on boundary for another 6.
Not too sure if it's the bowler action or his choice not to turn the ball, but the last couple of deliveries didn't turn. And Forsyth taking full advantage of it, coming down the wicket and lost in it over deep middle wicket. So good inning so far from Forsyth, but it had to continue and still increase the rate that he's scoring at. 90 for 3, they need some 54 in just 2 overs. Really a very, very, very challenging total.
Well, they would need some 2 big overs, 54 from 12. And we're probably going to see both batsmen, well, giving it their all, going at it, because they need to clear the boundary regularly. They're going to get up to that 54. As Joseph is driving down to long on, and they go for 1. Again, one would have thought that they should be looking for the second there. Athens having to move a long way to his right. But they settle for 1.
The running between the wicket has not been good. Too many times they had opportunity for 2 and they choose to take just a single.
Forsyth going to face Andrew. And he's swinging this one. This is going to clear the mid-wicket boundary. Again, this is a huge hit and probably went to the top of the stand. Really a big hit there by Forsyth. This definitely would have traveled more than 100 yards as he really picked it up. Andrew's trying a slow delivery. And a massive hit by Forsyth. And that went for 6. And really 97 for 3. Forsyth quickly going on to 19.
Well, probably one of the more attacking innings we have seen for Forsyth in the competition. He sort of played that sort of rotating role most of the time, but today he has come out. Of course, as we say, nothing to lose. You need a big score, you had to hit, and he has been hitting some pretty big 6s.
Well, Ali, it's the first time I've seen 6 drop on top the stand, and that went on top the Junior Murray Rawlow's stand, went over the stand, actually dropped on top the stand and went over. Really, it's a big 6. And really Forsyth really timed that ball well. He picked it up. It's a slow delivery from Andrew. He equal to it, and they will be looking to hit, everything. They need 47 from 10 deliveries. They are 97 for 3.
And I always make the point about that slower delivery. Stage of the match, slower deliveries are trying a wicket-taking delivery. At this stage, you don't really need. All you need to do is contain the batter. And the slower one is nearly a gift.
So Andrew comes around the wicket. Forsyth 19 from 5 deliveries. And he had 3 6s. As he faces another delivery from Andrew. Pitched up, and he's swinging this one. They made up Peters just coming around, and again the run in the wicket have been really poor. They only pick up a single.
A much better delivery, and Forsyth trying to get on there, couldn't. I thought that the long on fielder probably didn't really challenge the ball.
So Imran Joseph now going to face. He's down the track and hit down to long, goes over the head of Atenadas as long on for 6. Again, and you could see Joseph seemingly anxious to take the strike, not keen on going back for the second one, and using his feet here and swinging over long on. Atenas really just had to watch it go over his head.
But they both think that Andrew is an easy bowler to hit it, so they don't mind facing him.
Joseph, and a short ball hit down to cover, and they're going to clear the extra cover boundary for another 6. Short delivery, and he into position and hit it over extra cover, and that really cleared the boundary rather easily. So 34 needed from 7 deliveries.
Well, they're still in it. They will have to continue hitting the boundaries, but of course it's 36 runs the most probably, because going over if there isn't an extra, and they still have 2 deliveries.
110 for 3. This one, Joseph swinging, making no contact. And the keeper, they're not holding cleanly, so they run a bye. That would conclude the 9th over, 111 for 3. They need 36 from 6.
But it's all about boundaries now. They need 36 runs, 34, 33 required of 6 deliveries. So a lot of boundaries has to be struck in this over if they are to win the game. So I still think the Phelan team, Pacers, are still probably in control of the game, but very good hitting from Forsyth and Joseph.
Yeah, you have to see Pacers do have the advantage to me by a long way, but a stranger thing has happened. 6 deliveries ago, 33 runs needed. And Micah Narain is going to be bowling to Imran Joseph. Clove challengers. As for this delivery, Joseph hit this one down to a long off and clear the long off fence for 6. Again, didn't look as though he got much onto it, but he was able to clear long off. Again, a delivery that was short of a good length, and he was able to muscle it over long off.
Great shot, but you wonder why probably the open batter came before these guys.
Joseph, and again, this one right up, and let's see, we'll wait for the signal as it goes out on the offside. They seem to get some bat onto it, rolls out on the offside, and he completes another single. So 26 needed from 4 deliveries. So Cinnamon Pacers will take the tally up to 13 as Forsyth play down to long on and ambles a single.
Good delivery from Narayan right up, and even though Forsyth trying to play attacking shot, couldn't get more than 1.
119 for 3. Just 3 deliveries remaining. Narayan so far, none for 12 in the second over. And again, right up, a really good delivery, and Joseph really had difficulty. Again, looking to give himself room. That's probably if he went inside of it, you know, you would have really been in a better position to play somewhere to mid-wicket.
Yeah, he found himself in a difficult position. He made it more difficult for himself by going outside of the line.
So Forsyth comes in to strike, and again looking to swing. The ball passed between his body and the leg stump. It's 120 for 3, just with the final delivery. And good victory by the Cinnamon Pacers. And that will take them up to 13 points. As Narayan to bowl final delivery down the leg side. We probably will have one more. It's wide signal. Again looking for the slower delivery and really strain outside the leg stump. 121 for 3. Forsyth 21. 8 deliveries. Hit 3 sixes in that 21. As he faces Narayan. Hit down to mid-wicket. Williams comes off the boundary. They take a single, and that completes the inning. A very comfortable victory for Cinnamon Pacers, scoring 143 for 4 in their allotted 10 overs, and Clove Challengers getting up to 122 for 3. Really have been a convincing victory.
Yeah, even though a good sort of fight in innings by Joseph and Forsyth and Ned, that still wasn't enough. It was a big total, and they would have had to be very consistent in the boundary hitting, which they were unable to do. So a good victory, very good victory for the Pacers, as you know, put them in surely a good position now. They should be in the semi-finals.
Yeah, most definitely. They are now on 13 points, so they join Safan Strikers on 13 points. Safan Strikers have 1 game to play. But these are the 2 teams that really have been at the top through the tournament. They are 1-2. Saffron Strikers kept, I think, the top for most of the time. But Cinnamon Pacers is a team that have been closest to them, and they know on 13 points each. Saffron Strikers could get up to 15 points. Again, it have been a convincing display. Again, the batting of Athenaeus really stood out, and they eventually win this game by 21 runs, which would give them confidence going into the semi-finals. Just to give you quickly the scorecard, Darren Ned was caught by Athenaeus, bowled Maturin 42, 21 deliveries and 2 fours and 4 sixes. Johnson was caught by Charles, got 14 deliveries, 2 fours. Bishop once again did not do too much. He went for 1. And Imran Joseph, good inning, not out, 40, 13 deliveries. He had 5 sixes and 1 4, so really was a good knock by Joseph. And then Forsyth came in with 22 from 9 deliveries. He had 3 sixes in that inning, 122 for 3. The bowling, Williams 1 over, no made 9 runs. Javel St. Paul, he had 1 over for 16. Nikobi John, seen for the first time, 1 over for 11. And Maturin, 2 overs for 15. Peters, 1 over for 9. Chachal, 2 overs for 22. He picked up 2 wickets. Ken Maturin, 1 over for 18, picking up 1 wicket. And Andrew had 1 over 20. So the news, Cinnamon Pacers winning by 21 runs, defeating Clove Challengers, and really strengthen their position, getting into the semi-finals. Second team, they would be number 2 in the semi-finals, and really would feel good to know that they would have win this match so convincingly, and so would be in a good frame of mind getting into the semi-finals.
Yeah, good momentum for them. They have played well throughout the tournament, but such a convincing win going into the semi-final will surely keep their momentum and the spirits and the very, very high. And I think they're in with a pretty good chance. They're a good playing team.
So we await Saffron Strikers versus Ginger Generals, and this game should get off really shortly, probably in about the next 20 minutes. So we're going to take a break here as we prepare for the final game of the day, game number 30, Saffron Strikers versus Ginger Generals.
And welcome back here to the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. Dream 11 Speyside 10-10 cricket. Here, this is the final match for today. Well, in this final match today, we will feature Saffron Strikers against the Ginger General. And we had a high-scoring match, the previous one to this. So Saffron Strikers, just to let you know that they won the toss and decided to bat against the Ginger Generals. And Ali, the tournament slowly coming to a conclusion.
Yeah, and they say so in the beginning, so it shall be, and one of the few teams to have won the toss after the first round of matches and choose to bat first. But of course, they are well into the semis already, so I think they probably want to ensure that they get the full quota of 10 overs to bat, and they have choose to bat first.
So let's look at the Saffron Strikers lineup. Ryan John, of course, the captain. Samora Fraser, Jelani George, Kendall George, Mikel Joseph, Lyndon Lawrence, Shaman Lewis, John Olive, Jensen Phillip, Nkosi St-Hilaire, and Laurie Williams. So that's the lineup there for Saffron Strikers. Now let's go to the Ginger Generals. Roland Cato at the helm, Sean Andrew, Wavell Benjamin, Renald Charles, Larry Edward, Michael Fraser, Keon George, Anil Matthew, Daniel MacDonald, Neelan Pascal, and Nicholas Redhead. That's the lineup for these two teams. And just to remind you that Saffron, they won the toss. Saffron Strikers, that is, won the toss, and they decided to bat. The opening pair, as usual there, Lyndon Lawrence and Nkosi St-Hilaire, they've made a good pair for the Saffron Strikers, and I think they understand each other very well.
Yeah, and they had been pretty consistent as the openers and have done reasonably well, and so no need to change.
All right, so plays gonna get on the way shortly. And the good thing is that by and large, the umpires, they've been on spot, trying to get the first ball bowled at the top of the hour.
Yeah, they have done very well in respect to that. In fact, overall, they have done pretty well in their umpiring and controlling of the game.
And by and large, we had a very good tournament. We've had a very good tournament so far. It has run with great smoothness, and hats off to the Grenada Cricket Association. Gosh, they've done a great job. And nice to have cricket being played. One of the few places cricket is being played in the region now at competitive level. And this 10-10 tournament has been a beautiful feature. So it's going to be Neelan Pascal, not surprising at all, from the far end. And he's going to be moving in to bowl to Lyndon Lawrence, the first ball of this match. Here he is, comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting a ball that wraps him on the pad. They go to for a single, ball slanting down the leg side, so they didn't bother at all to go up in a peel, as the ball inadvertently going out to Daniel MacDonald, feeling just behind square on the offside. So the first run of the leg, so it's a leg by extra rather. Saffron Strikers won without loss, as Pascal will go back. He's going to bowl this time to Nkosi St-Hilaire. Here he is now, from the far end to bowl to St-Hilaire, who is coming forward and turns it up on the onside. They go for a very quick single, and I think Neelan Pascal reading it well that the non-striker, that's Nkosi St-Hilaire, well, going to the non-striker's end, that he was going to get there, and rather than risking an overthrow, he decided not to throw at the end. So St-Hilaire is off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the total has moved on to 2 without loss. Brings Lawrence into strike. Pascal, who has always bowled well in his first spell, comes in now and bowls, and he's turning that down to fine leg. And well, thank goodness there's Sean Andrew feeling there. If that had only gone a little to his left or right, may have gone into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, because he made pretty good contact with it, and we spoke so many times of that position that the ball must go straight to you, and that one went very, very straight to the fielder.
Yes. Anyway, to the left or right, would have gained him 4. Pascal once more from the far end. Leans forward, straightens his approach. He's there now and bowls. And down the track, he's going to a big heave-ho there. That's Lyndon Lawrence. Aggressive intention. He was walking down the track, and that narrowly missed the leg stump. Very close it was. Let's see how close it was to the leg stump. Ooh, really close. Keeper collecting down the leg side.
Very lucky there because it pitched just outside the leg stump, came back a shade and still missed the leg stump.
Here once more is Pascal. Good over so far. In now and bowls to Lawrence, who is looking to hit that over the long leg area. That's a fine shot. 6 runs. Short delivery, ponged into the pitch, onto the back foot went to Lawrence. He's aggressive by nature and lifted it. It didn't hit the sweet spot of the bat, more the top half of the bat, but it went all the way for 6. He's off the mark in a rather dramatic manner, and the total has now moved on to 8 without loss.
Yeah, good shot. Short delivery on the body, got into it, swung it hard and high over the man inside the circle, and 6 runs.
Pascal is in once more to bowl to Lawrence. Lawrence is having a big swish at that outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Matthew collects behind the stumps. The over comes to an end. 8 runs coming off the over. The previous deliveries, except one delivery that was expensive. That was a 6 hit down to the long leg area. But outside of that, it's been a quiet over. Saffron Strikers, of course, don't forget they won the toss and chose to bat. And Lawrence is not out sick. Cozy St. who will be taking strike, he's on 1. It's 8 without loss.
Yeah, reasonably good over from Pascal. He has consistently bowled his first over pretty well. He has probably bowled the first over in the entire series for the team. And he continued to bowl well. Just one shot, probably, as you say, one shot that was expensive. 6 runs, but generally a pretty good over.
So Larry Edward will bowl from the northern Odavo end, and he's going to be bowling to St. Hilaire. Edwards was bowled pretty well in the tournament. Left arm, round the wicket, and he's going to be moving into St. Hilaire. He's there now and bowls, and he is off the back foot. Hilaire maybe trying to hit that too hard. Went deep into the crease and tugged it up to long on rather, as Pascal comes off the boundary. Just a single there to Nkosi St. Hilaire. He's gone to 2, and the total has moved on to 9 without loss. Brings Lawrence now back into strike, taking his guard. Just took off the bail, one of the bail, and marks his ground, as it would be Edward. They seem to be giving each other a little talk out there, putting it in local parlance. These team members. Moves in now is Edward in and bowls to wrapped him on the pad. He's bowled him, has he? Did he? No.
Probably he's been dropped.
Oh, was he dropped?
Because
but if he were dropped, because we're looking to see whether the bails have been dislodged. Let's look at it. Oh, it went between. Oh, it should have been stumped.
Yeah, missed stump.
Oh, that's what the excitement was all about. So he was coming down the track, and of course he missed it. The ball went between the bat and the pad, and then past the leg stump. And Matthew was not able to execute the stumping. Edward in now and bowled to Lawrence, who drives the ball down to long on. Will get a comfortable single as Pascal comes off the boundary, sends the return back to the bowler. One more to Lawrence, who's now gone on to 7. Had a close miss there, close miss, and that brings St. Hilaire into strike. Here is a delivery, bowled, and St. Hilaire looking to maybe hit that slightly inside out. Ball takes the inner portion of the bat, goes out behind him on the onside. Keeper comes around very quickly, picks it up and sends it back to the bowler. Here is Larry Edward in once more, and he bowls to St. Hilaire, who is just poking the ball behind square on the off stump. looked a little bit indecisive as to whether he should have turned it onto the leg side or onto the offside. In the end, just opened the face of the bat and glided down to backward point and got a single. So one more to the total. It's now gone on to 11. St. Hilaire's gone to 3. Edward in, bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence turns it up on the onside. They've got to hurry. The return comes in. And I'm sure if he had hit that one, he may well have been stranded as he was just about trudging home. I think he might have given up a bit there. Let's look at the replay here. Turned out on the onside, and the keeper went after it rather quickly, peeled the glove off, and then was throwing, and you can see he was actually giving up.
It was a long way out.
Yes, missed it. So 12 runs after 2. So the run rate now just 6 runs per over. As Nkosi St. Hilaire there, he's on 3. Lawrence is on 7, and I think that might be Redhead. Yes, Redhead from the far end.
But a good over from Edwards, just 3 runs in the over, and he has, like Pascal, the first over seems always to be a good one, and again he gets the ball to tuck back into the right-hander. And I think that's why the batter missed, because he was looking to play the genuine leg break type. And he played all the way outside of it. It went between bat and pad. And the keeper himself seemed to be slightly beaten by it and missed stump. But so a good over from the bowler.
Yeah, the keeper might have been a little unsided by the movement of the batsman. Here is my favorite bowler, Nicholas Redhead. He is going to move in to bowl to Lawrence. Here he is now, passing the umpire and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is swinging that down over the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's gone a long way. Bad delivery. I just talked about him being my favorite bowler.
Well, I don't think this 6 will erase that from your mind.
It absolutely was a disappointment, though.
Yeah, well, it was a full toss, and of course that is easy for Lawrence to handle. He just swung it around. I think the grip might not have been as secure as he wanted it to.
So 6 runs off the first ball from Redhead's over, 18 without loss. Lawrence is 13. He moves in again from the far end to bowl to Lawrence, who to this delivery is pulling that, and that results in the same as the ball before. Contrasting delivery though, that one was short, and he was onto it in a flash and pulled it down behind square, and the ball went over the boundary line for another big 6. So 6 more to Lawrence, who is now rushed on to 19. It's 24 without loss.
Yeah, as it said, contrasting deliveries. The first one full, the second too short. 2 full, 2 short. So he needs to get it right. Needs to pitch in the right line. These are good hitters at the ball.
Well, if you're going by sequence, then he has to bowl a good one now. 1 short, 1 full toss. That one was outside the off stump that he cut down to sort of wideish cover, and they run through for a single. So 1 more to Lawrence, who's now gone on to 20. Total has moved on to the quarter century marks. 25 without loss brings Nkosi St. Hilaire now on to 3. Into strike. Just that there is a third man. We're still in the power play. Backward point, cover extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, a fine leg inside the boundary, inside the 30 yards rather. Here is once more Redhead in and bowls, and he comes forward, drives. They got to hurry for the single. The return came in from Edwards very sharp and shied at the keeper's end. The keeper didn't even have time to get up there to stop it, and the batsman got the single. But it was a really dangerous run there, cheeky, but in the end they got there. 26 without loss.
And to the left-handed Edwards,
yes,
tend to be a little bit more accurate than the right-handers.
That's right, going right to his right hand, which is his left hand. Here once more is Redhead from the far end, begins to move in. None for 14 so far, is in now, and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is driving that ball neatly up to mid-off, up to mid-on. This time they don't go for the single. The ball struck rather firmly up to mid-on. So the total remains on 26 without loss. This is the final match of the day. Everything has gone so fast and furious, almost in a frenzied pace, as Redhead goes back rather casually, would turn from the top of his mark just about now, and grips the ball in the manner in which he wants to deliver. Now begins to move in with a very smooth Alan Donald, like approaches in now and bowls a good delivery that just cramps the right-handed Lawrence, as he was looking maybe at first to give himself a bit of room, and pitched it up into the leg stump. And the most he could have done was just to push it just back, just on the offside of the wicket. The bowler picked up on his follow through. The over comes to an end at the end of 3. It's 26 without loss. Lawrence is 20. Nkosi St-Hilaire is 4. He's going to be taking strike, and the run rate 8.67.
Good comeback over from Redhead. The first two deliveries being struck for sixes, but he came back well and only conceded 2 runs in the next 4 deliveries. Pitching it up, pitching it on a good line, good length. We already spoke about his pace, his reasonable pace, and the batters had to defend. And so not a successful over, but a good over from Redhead.
Reynald Charles will take it up from the northern end. That's the end that we're doing our commentary from. The Dabo end, that's the official name is called. And he's moving in now. Bowls outside the off stump, and that's bang down to the deep extra cover position. No, that's a really bad miss out there, using his feet rather than trying to get down there and cut the ball off, and the ball went into the boundary for 4. So St-Hilaire has gone now to 8. Total has gone to 30 without loss.
Well, he got there, so strange why he chose to use his feet.
Here is a delivery that is hit very hard down to the long off position. They get a single as Cato comes off the boundary. One more to St-Hilaire, who's now gone on to 9. Lawrence, who's 20, comes into strike. Charles once more, left arm round the wicket, bowls, and the deliveries hit, just tugged down to Pascal there at mid-on, inside the circle. Can't score, still 31 without loss, as Charles again in and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is getting onto the back foot and pulls that down to the wideish long on boundary. Pascal goes after it, but couldn't cut it off. 4 more to Lawrence, who's gone to 24, 35 without loss.
Good shot, just wide Pascal. Of course, Pascal, a veteran of the game, he still bowls that well, but his challenge to the ball was not as he would have probably a couple of years ago, and it ran into the boundary for 4.
Reynald Charles again to bowl to Lawrence, who has gone quickly to 24. He bowls, and he is tugging that ball out to mid-wicket. I think this is going to be the same result. Pascal goes after it, won't be able to cut it off. The ball goes over the boundary line. 4 more. This one went a little wider on the leg side, and Lawrence has moved very quickly now to 28. Is 39 without loss.
And some of the captains today have been proactive. Again, 2 balls being struck, and the batsman really swinging the bat, and the field it has been readjusted now. So let's see.
Here's Reynald Charles. Bowls, takes the outer edge. It's going to go very close to the boundary. Will it be pulled back? It's pulled back just inside. They're coming back for what it's the second run, and they get 2. So that's not where he intended it to go. He was looking, maybe aiming over the extra cover, and wasn't able to get there. Peeled off the outer edge of the bat, and Andrew chased after it with all his might and was able to pull it back just inside. Ali?
Yeah, just inside, and they only got 1.
Oh, they got 1.
Yeah, that was a pretty big single.
The end of the over. So 4 overs gone, and at the end of 4 is 40. They've gone exactly 10 runs per over. They've not lost a wicket. That's the interesting thing. And the field could now relax a little.
Yeah, they got the opportunity now to have 4. Is it 4 players they are allowed? Or 5 on the boundary? They have 5. 1, 2, 3.
So the umpires, in fact, just signaled the end of the power play. As here is Daniel McDonald in, bows to Lawrence. Lawrence is off the back foot and hits that down to the deep cover boundary, and the catch is taken. So his aggression brought about his demise. Ball was pitched up, and see how we opened the face of the bat. I think that went a little squarer than he really would have liked, and it went right down the throat of George down there, feeling at the deep sweeping position. So he goes. That's Lawrence Kotkian George of the bowling of Daniel McDonald for 29, and Saffron Strikers, they've lost the first wicket. It's 40 for 1.
I think he tried to hit it over extra cover more. Yeah, trying to get it, but he didn't really contact it properly. Sort of a bottom half of the bat, and it went straight into the hands that the cover fielder who took a reasonably simple catch to dismiss the batter. Or was it Lawrence?
Yes.
So
He didn't have to move to the left, not to the right.
no, straight. He really picked out the player.
Yeah, with great precision too. So Mikel Joseph has come in to join Nkosi St-Hilaire, who's 9, 40 for 1. So Lawrence caught George, Bull McDonald 29, 18 balls, 2 fours, 3 sixes, but he did get him off to a good start. Here is Daniel McDonald. DD comes in now to bowl to Mikel Joseph, who is beaten outside the off stump. Just didn't seem to decide how he should play that ball. Just looked a bit in a tangle.
I wonder if he was dropped. The bowler looked kind of animated.
Well, could be. So Daniel McDonald just rubbing his right palm into the dust. In now and bowls outside the off stump, full toss. That's going to go over the cover area. 6 runs. Got the treatment it deserved. Pitched up outside the off stump, full toss. And he slapped it over the cover area. 4 runs to 6 runs for St-Hilaire. He's gone to 15, 46 for 1.
Oh yeah, just a slow bowler, full high outside the off stump. Batsman giving it the treatment it deserves.
McDonald to St-Hilaire, shot onto the back foot he goes. Pulls the ball down to Redhead, who goes down in the approved fashion. Sends the return in back to the bowler. McDonald grasp it rather comfortably. So 1 more to Nkosi St-Hilaire, who's got to 16. Mikel Joseph now comes in to strike. And this is going to be his first ball. Just took maybe a middle stump guard there from the umpire. Here now is Daniel in now and bowls to Mikel Joseph, who comes forward, turns it nicely up to mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. They thought about a second. Both batsmen made a few exploratory steps, but then allowed discretion to prevail, and they settled for 1. 48 now, 4-1. Nkosi St-Hilaire comes back into strike. Mikel Joseph on 1. McDonald. It's pretty okay over so far. 1 for 8. As he goes back from the top of his mark and moves in round the wicket and bowls to St-Hilaire, who gives himself room outside the off stump and doesn't make contact, probably gave himself too much room. The over comes to an end. A good over there by Daniel McDonald, who had the wicket of Lyndon Joseph, was caught by Keon George down on the sweeper position. He went for 29, and after some 5 overs, it's now 48 for 1.
Yeah, and we spoke quite a bit about the batters pulling themselves away to play that cut shot, and so often they try it, they miss it, and the final delivery there, the batsman pulling himself away. 48 for 1, 5 overs, just about the even Stevens at this stage.
Yes, so I think though that Saffron Strikers would like to get up to 100, so they're halfway there.
Or even a bigger score, because I think that's why they choose the bat first. They try to create, get themselves into a big score as a sort of warm up for the semi-final game.
Right, and put pressure on the opponent as Charles moves in, bowls outside the off stump, stretching for that one. Maybe he looked up hoping that the umpire would call a wide. Mikel Joseph, he didn't. It was inside the line. As once more is Charles in and bowls, and Joseph is off the back foot, hits the ball hard down to the deep cover area, sweeping, and they get 1 One more to Joseph. He's gone to 2. St. Hilaire comes into strike. He's 16. As once more is Charles in now and balls to St. Hilaire. St. Hilaire is coming forward, gets a full toss and hits that down. Oh, that's a good catch. It really is a good catch down at long on by Nilon Pascal. He was going across to his right, covered the distance well. I thought he took it slightly low. Let's look at it again. But it turned out to be a good catch just to his right, who looked just a little awkward, and then got very close to the boundary line, but had the frame of mind and the keenness to stay inside the line. So St. Hilaire goes, caught Pascal of the bowling of Charles for 16, and the total now 49 for 2 as Kendall George makes his way to the crease.
Yeah, well, I think he a good catch by Nilon Pascal. I think he just probably was going past the flight of the ball, and he had to sort of take it on the side of him and a bit low. Good catch and a good wicket to get.
Yes, very important one too. Reynolds Charles would move in to bowl to Michael Joseph, who is hitting the ball down to a deep sweeper position, gets a single as the Larry Edwards coming in there from deep cover sends the return. One more to his total. Joseph has gone to 3. 50 now posted. As here is once more Edwards. Sorry, that's a delivery that is hit up to long off of the bowling of Charles, and coming in very quickly there off the boundary line. Prevented the batsman from going back for the second run. So delivery again by Charles, short outside the off stump, looking to tuck that through the onside. It doesn't make the kind of contact that he wanted. The ball goes out to a short extra cover. The over comes to an end. They did in fact scamper a single. So Michael Joseph goes on to 4. He'll be taking strike, and after 6 overs, Saffron Strikers, they're 52 for 2.
Good over from Charles, just 4 runs and the wicket, putting the pressure on the Strikers. They won the toss and choose to bat, so you will get the feelings that they wanted a big score, but they have been picked back for it by some pretty good bowling.
Yes, they certainly have. So it'll be Joseph, who is 4, taking strike. Here is a delivery that is, he's off the back foot and looking just to spang that through the offside. So the short delivery by McDonald didn't make contact, as here he is once more moving in and bowls, and he's coming down the track and hits that hard back past the bowler. The bowler got a little attachment to it, but he couldn't hold on to it. That was hit very hard indeed. Let's look at it here. Full toss, hit back to the bowler, got just a little bit of the left hand, the fingers to it, and then it went down to the boundary for 4. Well struck. He's gone to 8. Michael Joseph is 56 for 2.
An evasive action taken by the umpire. He really got out of the way quickly.
Yes, they come at you very quickly. Here's McDonald in and bowls, and Joseph drives the ball down to the wideish mid-off. They're coming back for the second run. They've got to hurry. The return comes in, and there's the appeal for run out, but the batsman was sliding home. Kendall George just managed to get there. Joseph has gone to 10, and it's 58 for 2.
And a big dive from the big man George. He really threw himself in.
Yeah, of course he values his wicket, doesn't he?
Yeah, yes, that tells the story.
McDonald is in, bowls to Joseph, who's looking, didn't get to the pitch of the ball. He just stayed there and flung the bat at it. But had he gotten his feet to the ball, it would have been more effective, I would believe. McDonald once more to bowl to Joseph. Joseph this time is hitting that fine shot. That's going to go into the extra cover boundary for 4. Airborne for about 30 yards, maybe 30-40 yards, and had sufficient pace onto it. And though the long off is somewhat wide, he wasn't able to cut that off, and the conventional extra cover could do nothing about it. So 4 more, he's gone to 14. It's now 62 for 2. Once more is McDonald bowls. That hits down into the vacant mid-wicket area. It's going over the boundary line. That's a fine shot. It's gone for 6. Well, it didn't look as though it would get there initially, but had sufficient power attached to it. Went over the mid-wicket boundary line. 6 more there for Mikel Joseph. He's gone very quickly to 20, and the total has pushed on now after some 7 overs to 68 for 2.
Yeah, good over for strikers there. Getting some 12, 14 runs in the over. And really, you see them really going after it from here on. Just 3 overs left. 2 wickets down, a lot of batters in the hut. So there's a good opportunity for them to really get at it. And I think they'll be looking for a score well over the 100 mark.
I would think so. 68 for 2. Well, they got 3 overs to get there. 21 deliveries to get 32 to bring them up to the 100 mark. Ali will confirm whether my math is right. Is it right, Ali?
I'll have to get a calculator.
Raphael Crony, who sits behind us, he's a whiz with figures. Does mental arithmetic so very quickly. Remember the good old days when back in primary school there used to be mental arithmetic? You remember that, Ali?
Yeah, get a lot of licks for not remembering.
Ooh, I don't think you got more than me. Memory was so poor. Well, here is Pascal, who's brought back for his second over. None for 7 in his first. Moves in to bowl to Kendall George, who is lifting that over the mid-wicket area, over the forward square rather, down to the boundary for 4. I think he might have wanted to hit that a little straighter. He's just to the left of the square leg umpire, and he swung it hard, and went for 4. So he has now gone on to 5, is Kendall George. The total has moved on to 72 for 2.
He didn't hit it where he wanted to, but he hit it with a lot of power.
Yeah, he's a big man too. He could give it a clubber. Here is once more Pascal with a shortened approach. He's there now, and bowls to George. George is wrapped on the pad. They go through for a single. No appeal there by the fielders. Might have been just slanting down the leg side. And so leg by now signaled by the umpire. The total has moved on to 73 for 2. Brings Mikel Joseph now into strike. Pascal goes back rather pensive. Looks up now and sees that the batsman is ready. That's Joseph. He moves in and bowls, and Joseph gets a short delivery that he pulls down to the long on position as Edward came off the boundary very quickly and hurled the return back to the keeper's end. The batsman had time to cross for 1. So 1 more to Joseph. He's moved to 21 very quickly as George, now who's on 5, now comes into strike. Pascal once more turns and moves past the umpire now and bowls, and he's looking to hit that over long on. Takes it on the pad, I would think. Confirmed now by the umpire. That's George. Well, the George who attempted to hit the ball went out on the offside, and so a leg by confirmed by the umpire. 75 for 2. Mikel Joseph now comes back into strike. Pascal from just wheels around from the top of his mark and begins to move in. He's there now and bowls, and he's coming forward and hits that down to the deep mid-wicket position. They're not going to come back for the second shot hit by Mikel Joseph. Airborne for about 40 yards and then got down to mid-wicket. 1 more to his total. He's gone to 22. Brings George now back into strike. George on 5, 76 for 2. Pascal looks down, so he's not really enjoying his bowling. The body language looks rather casual as he begins to move in, this time to bowl to George, who is getting a Yorker like, well, full toss, and he drives that down to the long off boundary. The fielder coming across there very quickly and managed just to pull it back. Fraser, that is, and the batsman had time to cross for 2. So 2 more runs there to George. He's now gone to 7. The over has come to an end. So at the end of 8 is 78 for 2. 78 for 2. Joseph will be taking strike, and Kendall George, he's on 7.
Well, it seems as Generals have just changed up the bowling tactics a bit, and the majority of the games before Pascal bowled the first and last over, but they has brought him in to bowl the seventh. So there must be like a change in the tactics there. And not a bad over. He just conceded 5 runs. He has bowled his 2 overs for 15, 78 for 2. I think the strikers were hoping probably they would have been in a better position.
Yeah, just looking at the body language of Pascal, though, looked rather listless. But maybe it was just mannerism. 78 for 2. Larry Edward will bowl his second over from the far end, the River Road end, and he's going to be bowling to Mikel Joseph. Here is Edward to Joseph. Joseph is driving the ball out to extra cover. They go to for a single, they get it. So one more to his total. He's now gone to 23. Kendall George comes in to strike, 79 for 2, as Edward once more will bowl round the wicket, left arm orthodox. He's there now and bowls to George. George is lifting that over the long on area. That's gone for 6. Good clean hit. Cleared the boundary line by about 10 yards. The umpire raised both hands to confirm that it's a 6, 85 for 2, and George has gone to 13.
Well, he was threatening to do that for quite a while. He has played a number of attacking shots and didn't really middle it. He got the middle of the bat on this occasion and cleared the boundary by a long way.
Yeah, try again, and you'll succeed at last. Edward is in now and bowls to George. George is tugging that down to the deep mid-wicket area. Redhead comes off the boundary, does good service to the keeper. So one more to George's total. He's gone to 14. Mikel Joseph, who's on 23, now comes in to strike, 86 for 2, as Edward once more from the far end, left arm orthodox, around the wicket. He's going to bowl now to Joseph, who is lifting that straight. That's a straight, strong, wonderful hit. That's gone right over the bowler's head on his follow through. Confirmed as a 6 by the umpire. Great shot. It wasn't a full toss, sort of half volley, and he went under it and didn't look to hit it on the ground and lifted it really nice. Good camera work there. 92 for 2 as they continue to push on Joseph and George. Joseph is 29. 92 for 2. Here is Edward once more. Treated harshly. Comes in and bowls. And Joseph is sitting that in the air. I think it's going to fall in no man's land. Yes, it does. They will come back for the second. The ball went down to deep extra cover. So 2 more to Joseph. A little bit fortunate there. And he goes now to 31. The total inches onto 94 for 2. The run rate 10.64. So they can get up to the 100 mark. Here once more is Edward. In now and bowls to Joseph. Joseph is looking to swing that. Doesn't make contact. The ball goes out on the offside. The keeper comes from behind the stumps. Picks the ball up. That confirms that the over has come to an end. 9 overs gone. George is 14. Mikel Joseph is 31. 94 for 2. 94 for 2. And this is the final over coming up in the innings.
16 runs in the over there. Pretty expensive over based on the fact how Edwards has bowled throughout the competition. But still 94 for 2, 9 overs. Probably just around par score. They would like to get a pretty big over in this last over. And your favorite bowler seems to be coming on this end.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Redhead. And he is going to be moving in to bowl to George. George, who's on 14. Redhead gets a little bit of encouragement and advice from the veteran in Don Pascal. And he begins to move in, responding to that advice. In now and bowls to George. George is wrapped on the pad, the ball going down the leg side. And they go through for a single, leg by, now confirmed by the umpire. Total moves by 1 now to 95 for 2. Mikel Joseph, who is 31, comes in to strike. He's been striking the ball pretty well. 17 balls for his 31 runs. And Pascal again goes up to Redhead. Might be counseling him after every ball.
Yeah, and what a better person to have close to you when you are bowling.
Yes, he goes past the umpire now and bowls to Joseph, who is looking to swing that out on the leg side. Hits somewhere maybe in the mid-rib area, and doesn't seem to be favoring any pain or anything like that. And it must be somewhere in the arm, I guess. So they did go through for, what was a leg bye? Is it? Yes.
Yes, the umpire did signal.
Yeah, so we've had 2 leg byes so far in the over. Total moves to 96 for 2. Kendall George comes back into strike. He's a tall man, well built batsman, as Redhead is in now and bowls, and he is looking to heave that over long on. Does not make contact, and the keeper just going down the leg side, collecting the ball. Matthew, total remains on 96 for 2, so that's the 3rd delivery in the over. Can he restrict the Saffron Strikers to under 100?
And it has a psychological advantage when you feel to get over the 100 mark by the bowling side.
As here is once more is Redhead in now and bowls to George. George is driving that ball through extra cover for 4. Fraser can't pull it off. That was struck to the right of the extra cover fielder, and then Fraser, who's down at long off, ran across very quickly to his left, trying to cut the ball off, but it was a failed attempt. The ball was traveling much too quickly, and it went very fast across the turf, down to the boundary for 4. He's gone to 18 is George. The 100 has now been posted, so they got there. We were wondering whether they would. Well, they certainly have. As here once more is Redhead moving in now to bowl to George. George to this delivery is looking to swing that big swish. They will go for the single. I think he's going to be run out. Oh no, he didn't run it out. And they now come back for the 2nd run. And they're going to come back for the 3rd. Are they going to run? No, he's not run out. The throw from Pascal. Would you believe it? They get 3 by signal by the umpire. This really is quite interesting. That what you would think, Ali, that was the last ball of the innings. Would you believe this? Redhead saw all 3 stumps, but I think he sort of fell a bit. They were going back for the 2nd. Matthew made a real meal of it, and then they came for the 3rd.
Well, they tried 3 attempts to run out the batters.
What a thing that!
And didn't succeed.
Here once more is Redhead comes in now, and he bowls outside the off stump. They're going to run for it. Did he miss it?
You're not sure this time.
Holy moly. Well, what a comedy of errors. So, let's look at that last delivery outside the off stump, and he missed it. And, well, Redhead decided, you know what, it's a single already. So, by signal. Well, what a climatic time to this match, really. 104 for 2. Mikel Joseph not out 31. Kendall George played a lovely supportive role of 18. So Saffron Strikers got 104, and let's just quickly go through the scorecard for you. The last over was highly comical, I must say. Lawrence was caught Keon George down on the deep extra cover boundary of the bowling of Daniel McDonald. He went for 29, 18 balls, 17 minutes at the crease, 2 fours and 3 sixes. Nkosi St-Hilaire was caught Pascal down at long on of the bowling of Charles. He went for 18, 22 minutes, 12 balls, 1 4 and 1 6. Mikel Joseph played an excellent innings, a 19 ball, 31, struck 2 sixes and 2 fours. And Kendall George not out 18 of 11 balls, had 2 fours and 1 6. So in the end, 104 for 2 Saffron Strikers, 104 for 2. Let's look a little bit here at the bowling performance of the Ginger General. Nilon Pascal, none for 15 of 2. Larry Edwards, none for 19 of 2. Nicholas Redhead, none for 18 of 2. Charles picked up 1 for 18 of 2, and Daniel McDonald had 1 for 24 of 2. So that's the bowling analysis there for Ginger Generals when they take their turn at the crease to bat. They'll have to score 105 for victory of 10 runs on the board, Ali de Villan.
Yeah, well, runs on the board is runs well scored. It's always been, said like that. And the batting side, I think, probably would have preferred a couple more runs on the board, but 104 is highly defendable, and I think they still think that they're in a good position.
Right, so let's see what's going to happen with this, the final match of today. Saffron Strikers against Ginger Generals, and Ginger Generals restricting Saffron Strikers to 104 for 2. 104 for 2, the top scorer being Mikel Joseph, who was not out on 31. We'll be back here, of course, to bring you the run chase, where Ginger Generals will be trying to overhaul that total of 104. So until then, when we come back, we're going to bring you the broadcast.
So welcome back at the National Stadium. Saffron Strikers getting 104 for 2 in the 10 overs. And we certainly going to see the reply of Ginger Generals. They're going to try to get up to 105 for victory. And early yesterday, Saffron Strikers, the first encounter, got the better of Ginger General. They would want to turn it around today.
Yeah, you know, these teams is very competitive in a 2-round competition. You have an opportunity if you lost the first to go at them at the second time, and so clearly the one that won the first game, one that lost the first game, will surely be more energized to try to win this one.
Well, none of these teams are under any pressure to get into the last 4. Saffron Strikers are already on 13 points. Ginger Generals on 9 points. So I think they would be probably a bit on the relaxed side as you see Laurie Williams and pick up the attack ball into K2. Good delivery again. Coming into K2, pushes on the onside and goes through for a single. It's 1 without loss. Laurie Williams, who has shown that he does have the ability to swing the ball both ways, but particularly into the right-handed batsman. Left-handers, as we know, tendency to go away. When we can bring it in, I think you create a lot of problem when you can do that. The left-handed McDonald going to face as Williams goes over the wicket. Daniel McDonald, as he's up to the wicket to bowl to McDonald. Short delivery again. We look to pull this one. He made no contact. Keeper standing up, and the field for McDonald. Ryan John at mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and short fine leg. So just 3 players on the leg side. As Williams wrong the wicket, and this one's played to straight to the cover point, and there's no attempt to get a run there. But the team that really wins here will feel good going into the semi-finals. Saffron Strikers. One would have thought, expected that they probably would have get a bit more in the first innings. In the only inning, batting first, hit straight back down to that long on fence for 4. Again, giving some room there, and McDonald swinging, just going to the left of the wicket, and it went down to the long on boundary for 4.
Well, not many people would have been able to stop that. It probably would have to be the bowler himself.
Well, he's once again up bowled to McDonald. Again, outside the off stump, he looking to cut. It made no contact. Lawrence standing up. Delivery, one felt really, he probably would be a little disappointed not to get back onto this one.
Yeah, it was a bit wide, and he gave him the chance to cut it, but he just missed, keeping a little lower than he expected.
Next pitch up, clip down to that short fine leg. That goes down to the boundary for 4. Again, the fielder in that short fine leg position really had much chance. It came off the bat rather quickly, and I think it passed him before he even went down.
Yeah. Yeah, he actually tried stopping it behind, and it already gone past him, but it's a position that is very, very difficult to stop balls that are not straight to you off the pieces.
But that's why we always speak about that position. Whether it would not have been better to have the man right back, particularly force over the new ball. So that's 1 to K2, 8 to McDonald, 9 without loss. And the first over. Sherman Lewis pick up the attack from the southern end. And he will be bowling to the right-handed Roland Keto. We see the third man coming right back on the boundary. Ryan John just marshalling his troops. C goes to backward point. Cover extra cover and a mid-off on the offside. The short fine leg, mid-wicket on the boundary. Wide mid-on and a mid-on. Lewis missing his run. We have seen Lewis really struggling with his run-up. He bowled a number of no balls. Really would need to get to the right as he aiming to go into the semi-finals. But just give the impression that he turns and rushes in and don't seem to take time as he's up to the wicket bowler Keto. Clip this one down to the boundary for 4. Again, straight on the pads and easy. He just came forward and clip it, and it rushes down to the boundary for 4.
And again, with the fine leg inside the circle, it's very difficult if the ball does not go straight to you to stop. And I think a bowler of that piece, really, that position, that player should be on the boundary. You are asking him probably to bowl pretty wide outside the off stump. You need to attack the stumps, and any outside edge will carry the ball in that direction, and you need protection.
13 without loss. Lewis, arms pumped in at Keto, please, to backward point. Again, just push it out. No chance of a run. 104, not a very big total. They just need to really play sensible cricket. But we have seen small totals sometimes how difficult it can be, how exciting it can be. As we saw today with the first game that was played today in Warriors and Bailey Blasters. Lewis to Keto, short delivery, hit down to mid wicket and the fielder on the boundary. More backward square, taking it off of the bounce. So 1 to Keto.
But he didn't go in the full flow at the batter, maybe thinking that he would not be able to clear the boundary, so he sort of hit it down and taking the single rather than risk trying to clear the field ahead and getting out caught.
So 14, Keto on 6, just 5 deliveries, 4 deliveries. McDonald, who's on 8, 5 deliveries. Left-handed McDonald. We see the mid-wicket now going closer to the umpire. Backward of the umpire as Lewis. McDonald backhand steer this one down to third man, St. Hilaire. It's good to see that third man was on the boundary, so he came in and got a single. And no ball signal. Again, we've seen Sherman Lewis again struggling with overstepping his first no ball.
Yeah, and I mean that has been a problem for him throughout the competition so far, and something that surely he'll have to do a lot of work on for the future.
16 without loss. That's John. Just goes back at the edge of the circle as Lewis, bowler Keto. Keto is hitting this one. Good stop by the mid-wicket fielder there. And had to move quickly to his left. So Keto pick up another single. 17 without loss. Generals requiring 105 for victory. The current rate is 10.20. So really they are up with the rate. Umpire Mark just making sure the bails are in place. Presiding umpire Fraser, Jerome Fraser, Sherman Lewis. It's up to the wicket, ball to Daniel, who covers up and push it back to the bowler. Again, no sign of aggression there. McDonald, who's on 9 from 7 deliveries. As we see, a pretty quiet period. Ginger Generals looking to get up to double figures in terms of points. They are 9 points. As Sherman Lewis, right arm fast, he's up to the wicket to bowl to McDonald, who plays it straight back down on the onside, and the mid-on fielder move to his right and field. Again, doing it in singles, just one more.
The run rate is not a big one. It's 10. They need to score at 10, and they are 9, so they are still there. Suspect they are maybe the calm before the storm. The Kato, as we know, I've seen in this competition, can hit the ball if he really wants to. I think he's just making sure that he gets it all right, and then probably launch into the attack.
Yeah, well, which is the right thing to do. You only need 105, and you have 8 overs, so 87 from 40 deliveries. And they will want to make sure that they make full use of the power play, 4 overs. And their quarter rate, as you said, just about 10 runs per over. So we see this substitute just coming on there. As Williams gonna continue in the second over, coming around the wicket to bowl to McDonald. He's up bowl to who hit this one down to straight to mid-on. Again, having to reach for that delivery outside the off stump. Not much pace by Williams. Again, just looking for length and line, and probably a bit of a movement. Condition pretty good for seam bowling. Hit down to long off. John is on the boundary, and came in. Batsman get one. But won't be too disappointed with the singles. But they will want to pick up wickets early. Safan strikers. It's 19 without loss. We are into the third over. William now goes around the wicket to the right-handed Keto, and hit this one over cover, and they're going to run down into the cover boundary for 4. Again, given the room there, and just hit it, pick the gap, and over cover, and Kendall George, who's at extra cover, really couldn't get nowhere close to this one, and it goes over the rope for 4. It's 23, K2, first boundary is on 11. As he faces another delivery from Williams around the wicket. Kane ball pitching just around middle leg, going down and going further down. Actually, it's a wide signal by the umpire. One got the impression that it probably touches his pad, but wide signal. So 24 says as Williams to Keto. Keto is looking to swing. He's bowling. Again, coming forward, looking to swing. Again, hitting across the line, looking to hit it somewhere through mid wicket. And yeah, ball hitting the leg stump. Again, getting the ball come in, and Keto playing radar across that one and going into the leg stump. Big wicket rule and Keto there being bowled by Laurie Williams at 24 for 1, Keto going for 11.
Well, he never got going, just 11 of 7 deliveries. But Williams has similar to the spinners, the left arm spinners that gets the ball coming into the right-handed batters. He's just over medium pace, and he has that ability to get the ball to come in. And as you see, Kato they driving, and the ball coming between the bat and pad and hitting the leg stump.
Well, he has been able to bring the ball more into the right-hander than away. As we know, the natural left-hander tend to take the ball away from the right-handed batsman. But he's consistently bringing the ball into the bat, and maybe just, once in a while you probably will see one straighten, but not necessarily leaving the right-hander as you would expect from, left-handers.
And that has been very successful for him, and the right-handers generally have a problem playing that delivery.
Yeah. Well, Keon George comes in at number 3, and Williams goes around the wicket to George. George is hitting this one, good stop by that short third man, the St. Clair, as he was back and really just looking to pick that gap. St. Clair moving quickly to his right, quickly to his left hand. So Keon George is off the mark. It's 25 for 1. So 2 left-handers in bat, both McDonald and George. As he's over the wicket to bowl to McDonald, who's driving straight. Lovely shot. And John have some difficulty. Goes past the rope for 4. But what a beautiful shot. He really, that feet came out and really hit straight. And John, who was a long off, really had no chance as that went back past the bowler.
Well, if you want to get runs off a straight drive, that's a perfect example, because anything straighter probably would have hit his stumps. And the bowler did very well to get out of the way. It just really struck hard. And even Ryan John coming around couldn't stop it. So that's a really good shot.
So Williams complete the spell, 2 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Picking up the important wicket of Cato. Sherman Lewis. Bowl 1 over for 9 runs. It's 29 for 1 as we go into the 4th over. See Ryan John just making sure that the fielders are in the right position. He's going to come on from that northern end. Again, we see that he has the short fine leg up in the circle, St. Clair, and he also have the third man in the circle.
Well, that's always a risk.
Backward point on the boundary, or deep backward square on the boundary. Now he's pushing the third man wide on the boundary. Strange position, a side slip or very short third man as he's over the wicket to bowl the Keon George. Short lifting delivery. George had to get up on top of this one, push it down in front of him. Okay, no opportunity of around 29 for 1. And just a bit of a hazy condition. Comes over the ground. No immediate threat of rain.
Nice cool weather for the fielders, and it's a kind of atmosphere with the left-hand bowlers should get a bit of swing.
So John comes around the wicket. Taking out the short third man, maybe putting him. Let's see. He goes to a deep gully, and the third man on the boundary come a bit finer. It's John to George, who plays the backward point and go through for a very quick single. Ball not picking up cleanly by St. Clair.
More conventional feel there is that the third man comes finer and the backward point comes into on the edge of the circle.
Now he pushes the cover right back. Probably going to go right back on the edge of the boundary. The backward square coming to just to the left of the umpire as he's off the wicket and bowl. And this goes down and got stopped by the backward square leg. Looking for the drive, just coming off the inside edge and going down to that backward square position. And the fielder just moving to his left.
But he's very fortunate there because he just brought in the man from the boundary at long leg and brought him in the circle, and the shot taking the inside edge going in that direction, but fortunately it was well fielded.
Well, Keon George faces a delivery shot, hit down to backward point that, and the fielder, third man moving around quickly. Didn't seem to get the timing there as he got on top of that one. Trying to pick that gap, but you got a single. Take the score on 32 for 1. Keon George 3 from 4 deliveries. McDonald on 16 comes into strike as he faces Ryan John. And let's see for this delivery. He's driving straight down to long on for 4. Ball pitched up. And he really picked it up from just outside the off stump and hit it really straight all along the ground. And it reached down to that long on fence for 4. Good shot by McDonald. He moves to 20.
Very good shot. All along the ground. Really straight. Took a bit on the offside, but straight enough to get 4 runs because there is a mid-off and a mid-on. They're just a bit wide.
So good shot played by McDonald. Now John brings up the third man into the circle, and he pushes the mid-on back on the long on boundary. Now he goes over the wicket. Let's see. He's going to bowl to McDonald. John over the wicket to McDonald. So outside the off some wide signal by the umpire. Again, interestingly, he brought up the third man and pitched that ball outside the off stump, and was actually moving further away outside the off stump.
Yeah, and he's put the long on deep and choose to pitch up on it long and going deep. Tell you that he should be bowling closer to the pads.
Yeah.
But he bowled it wide. Fortunately, the batsman didn't reach it.
For this delivery, again, going for the big swing. It come off the bottom edge. Lloyd Williams, that short fine leg fields. And that complete the first over of Ryan John. He went for 9 in that over. And it's 38 for 1 after 4 overs. The batsman out K2, bowled by Williams for 11, 7 deliveries. Hit 2 fours. Donnell McDonald, 21 not out. He has faced 14 deliveries so far.
And required rate now of 11.17. I don't think that will worry them too much, but it has been steadily rising. So the batters will have to, they require now 67 from 36. And I'm sure they would like to increase the tempo at which they are scoring at.
Yes, they would just want to pick up the tempo. 67 from 6 overs. As Jensen Phillip pick up the attack from this northern end. And he's going to bowl to Daniel McDonald. See John is coming down to long on. This one is driven down to long off. Again, Olive is fields. Philip, right arm off spin. Stays around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Deep backward square nose goes right out on the boundary. A big gap on the leg side, and this is full to the bat, hit down to long on, and John has some work to do, but comes on quickly and limit the batsman just to 1. Would be a bit disappointed with that full toss. He didn't do more with it.
He's really trying to hit it hard. I think he did lost all his shape there.
And McDonald, this one is wide off the off stump, and this will be signal wide. Ball given quite a bit of air. Was pitched wide off the off stump. A lot of changes. Now we see Fila is the deep backward square comes into backward square, and point goes back on the boundary. Again, he's looking for the big hit is McDonald there, not getting hold of it. The ball taking the inside edge and go down to the short fine leg. Still have the time to pick up a single. So Philip just going for 4 in his first over. 42 for 1. Another wide signal. So Philip, as he's took George short outside the off stump again, hit back really hard. I think he got his hand to it. Difficult chance, but was able to stop it. And I think without him getting his hand, they probably would have rushed back to the boundary.
And Peter, who is trying John at long run, would have had some running to do.
So McDonald comes into strike, and again looking to swing that delivery that just rushed into his body. Probably not as short as he expected, but he's looking to hit through mid wicket.
And a lot quicker than the previous delivery.
You see John going just a little bit wide at long on. Again wide of the off stump. We're trying to bowl probably a different delivery there. And that going very wide of the off stump. He's up to the wicket again. Give it tossed up. And again this one goes down to long on. No timing there by the batsman, and they amble a single. And that completes the 5th over. 46 for 1. Keon George is on 5 from 6 deliveries. And Daniel McDonald, he's on 24 from 18 deliveries. And they're looking to get 59 from 30 deliveries.
But good over from Philip, just 8 runs. He did bowl a couple wides, but only 8 runs, restricting further the advancement of the Generals. 46 for 1 in 5. They still need 59 of 30 deliveries. Still in with it, but at some point in time, someone would need to play some more attacking shots.
Yeah, most definitely. You probably just need 1 over to turn things around. We have seen throughout this tournament, runs like 33 and 27, and the amount of runs that can be scored in 1 over. And it just means that someone will have to probably just take the attack for 1 over and try to get a big over. 46 for 1. Jelani George, we have seen for the first time. Good left arm spinner, orthodox left arm spinner. He's coming from that southern end, and he's come between the umpire and the stumps. Played down to short fine leg, easy single as Olive is in that position. So another single, really doing it by singles. Keon George comes into strike. This one is played down to backward square. Good shot by George. This one pitched up on the pad, and he really whipped it down to deep backward square. And it raced across the surface for 4.
Good shot on the pads. Of course, he's a young chap here. Surprised that nobody actually said a word to him, but he's bowling in his first spell. He pitched on the pads and swept away. Of course, his field is really on the offside, and in fact now the skipper is having a word with him, probably reminding him that the majority of the fielders is on the offside and he needs to bring the ball more on the off stump. In fact, he has moved now from where he was bowling wrong he's bowling wrong, and now he's coming over the wicket.
Yeah, so George over the wicket to George, played down to long on. He's tugging it down to long on there, and Keon George gets 1 more. 52 for 1. He's into double figures on 10. McDonald on 25 comes into strike as Jelani George to McDonald. He's hitting this one. Let's go down just over. Really good effort. The fielder on that mid-wicket boundary. The ball seemingly going over his head, and Sherman Lewis just jump in there, get both hands hit, and really prevented it from going for 6.
He really could have taken the catch. It seems as if he thought he was higher than that.
Once goes down to Lewis and he pick up a I think the intention he did just probably was trying to stop the ball and not to catch it. I guess again probably misjudged. He realized that he could have catch the ball instead of trying to stop it from going for 6. I think that is what he actually did, stop it from going for 6. Wasn't looking to catch it.
But it was catchable.
It was catchable. Yeah. McDonald is driving again straight down to long off. Again, he's going to pick up another run. So completes the first over bowled by Jelani George. Not a bad over, just went for 8 deliveries and should have picked up the wicket.
Yeah, it's a pretty good over for the youngster. 9 runs. They decide on the attack. They really need to increase the rate of scoring. If they need now 50 of just 24 deliveries, and the youngster coming in bowling left arm spin. You see the young guys trying to turn to spin the ball. Is always a nice sight, and he bowled a pretty good over for his first over in the competition.
Yeah, really, as we look back at the replay, really is a catch that should have been taken comfortably down on the boundary. What? Philip to McDonald, short outside the off stump, and wide call there. Yes, McDonald is looking to hit that between the cover point, cover on the boundary and the square cover, and this one is lofted again. Fall short of that fielder. Look like George, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. As that ball as it dropped, just pin to the right of the fielder, so he had to turn around. So we get 2 runs to McDonald. He goes to 29. 58 for 1, 47 from 23 deliveries. Philip. This one is played right up, played to forward square leg, and again Olive coming in there. Another single to McDonald. He goes to 30. 59 for 1 in the 7th over, and George, who is on 11. We haven't been seeing much boundaries in this inning. Jensen Phillip outside the off stump, and
good ball, quick, full, and close to the mark for the wide delivery, and the batsman just couldn't reach.
And we see again George pulling away. So really had to stretch to reach that delivery. And one tossed up again. It didn't get hold of it again. He's looking for the drive. But delivery gave him good flight. And Keon George just have the tendency to pull away, to look to swing to the area of mid wicket. McDonald comes in to strike full to the bat, hit down to long on. Ryan John is in that position, and the Amble a single. Again a full toss, which one feels that he should have done a lot more with.
He didn't time it properly. He tried swinging it but got it straight back down. He tried probably hitting it through mid wicket.
So Keon George and hitting straight down to long off. Olive is on the boundary, and again they cross for another single. Really doing it in singles, and they will need to do a lot more than just picking up the singles as the over comes to an end. 7 overs bowled, 62 for 1. Ginger General need to get to 105 for victory.
Yeah, and that they need some 43 of 18 deliveries. Good bowling from Philip, and in fact the entire bowlers from General
Stephens.
Yeah,
strikers
has been bowling pretty okay. They're pretty tidy. They are not giving much away. The batters are forced to attack. They are not being able to do it. They are not being able to hit many boundaries. And I just see McDonald 31 from 24 and George 13 from 12.
Well, we are seeing that Saffron Strikers is the sort of team that really do possess a lot of fighting spirit, come from behind. We saw them winning the power play yesterday when one all felt that Bailey Blasters really should have gone home very easily winning that game, but they came from behind. A game that we, from how it looked, they should have lost. Chilani George, second over. Again, this one is hit down the long on by George. Again, pulling it. Really not getting hold of it. You know, pulling it down the long on for a single. McDonald comes in to strike. And for this delivery, he's again playing it same direction down to long on. You see the batsman reaching for it and really swinging across and going slowly down to long on for yet another single. 64 for 1 in the 8th over. And really, someone really would have to step up. They only lost 1 wicket. George is down the track again, hitting the long on. Again, same direction and the same result, another single. This is 65. Really doing it in singles. That's George in his second over. So far going for 12 as he's over the wicket and bowl. Batsman down the track and just playing it back to the bowler. Good thinking by Jelani George.
Yeah, he was coming down and he quickened it. The bowler much quicker delivery and tucked him up.
As he's up again. This one will be called wide. Let's just try to bowl one a little quicker. Just straight outside the off stump. Let's go 66 for 1. And Daniel McDonald faces another delivery. And he's swinging down to the backward square, but there's a fielder on the boundary. And the batsman again get another single. So really happy. Good bowling by Saffron Strikers, keeping it really tight, avoiding the boundaries. Won't be too worried about the singles. Still need 38 from 13 deliveries. This one is hit down to long on. They goes to one bounce to the field at long on, and really, it really looked that he should just come in and make that a simple catch.
Well, the keeper is trying to ask him what happened there. Everybody looking at him thought it was, I'm not too sure. He probably just playing safe because he could have come in and take the catch. He just stepped backward and allowed it to drop. But good bowling from George. 2 overs, 15 runs, and probably could have picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, really good spell. His first game, first bowling stint, and picking up, going for 15 in 2 overs. And as you said, Ali should have picked up 2 wickets in that over. That ball had went down to long on, and that looked like seemed to be Olive. Really should have just come forward and pick up that ball.
He should have seen Atene's catch earlier today, where he ran so far in and still threw himself. Instead, he went backward and just allowed it to drop, and dropped pretty close to him. Really should have made a better attempt.
68 for 1. Ryan John pick it up from this northern end. 2 overs, 37 runs needed as he's coming around the wicket to bowl the key on George. And well, what a strange shot it is. Good thinking by John as George just tried to that reverse sweep, reverse flick there, trying to scoop there. But I think John saw him moving, probably move a bit too early, bowl a slow delivery way outside the off stump, and really got himself in a tangle. So McDonald hitting down to long on. The fielder comes off the boundary. They're going for 2. And let's see, yeah, just got there. The batsman went back for 2 runs.
Well run, because I think when the fielder had the ball in his possession, they was just turning and was still able to get home from a pretty good throw.
Well, the cycle of ones have just been broken. They're picking up 2 runs there. As John around the wicket, right up, and this one is hit. It goes down to the cover on the boundary, and the batsman pick up just a single. It's 72 for 1. Just 9 deliveries left. So we see that Safan's strike has really come back strongly, even though it just got up to 104. As Keon George faced another delivery from John outside the off stump, and we signal wide by the umpire. And the batsman actually end up running back for 2, but
could that be considered
well, it's a strange decision.
Because the ball went in the hands of the wicket keeper.
Yeah, strange decision there. It's already been signaled wide to go into the keeper's hand. And
I don't think there was any attempt to run out anyone.
John to bowl the Keon George right up again. He's looking for the drive. The ball is hit down to mid wicket area. So George get one more. He moves to 17. It's 76 for 1. Ryan John in the second over. He's around the wicket to bowl to McDonald. Right up, hit down to long on and goes straight to the fielder. And once again, they take another single.
In the last 2 overs, they have only gotten 1, 2, and singles. They will need 28 of the next 7 deliveries. The boundaries must come into play.
Yeah, doing it in singles as John. And again, another single. Slow delivery ball, and Keon George looking for the drive, not getting hold of it. Ball go down to mid-off. Kendall George fields, and another single. I think this goes to 78 for 1. And we have 9 overs completed. And Stefan strikers really come back strongly. 104, not a big score, but really have been able to stifle Ginger General. They never were able to get off. We saw Keto going very early, and the batsman basically struggling, just picking up the singles mostly, and find themselves needing 27 to go in 6 deliveries.
Yeah, they never able to accelerate. They started slowly and never was able to accelerate. They kept at that pace. In fact, now they need 27 in the last over. At one point it was 11, 20, 12, 20, 13, and it just keep going up. Now it's 27 in the last over. The way they have batted, that must change significantly if they are to get close to that total.
So Sherman Lewis gonna bowl his second over. His first over going for 9. He's gonna come from the southern end, as we see on the offside. See a third man cover on the boundary, backward point or cover mid-off as Lewis is on his way to bowl to Keon George. Hit this one down to long off, not getting hold of it. Went high in the air and dropping short of just about in a mid-on area, long on the boundary. Yet again, they got another single.
They still have a chance because 6 fours. Oh no, they are just about out of 6. No,
26 from 5, need 5 sixes.
5 sixes.
The backward square comes in, the backward square position. 79 for 1. Sherman Lewis bowling to McDonald. As he's up to the bowl to McDonald again, looking for the big shot, and they're going to take a single. Again, another no ball bowled by Sherman Lewis.
So this is quite amazing. I mean, there's really nothing much for him to do in terms of bowling, but to put the ball in the right place and still bowling no ball.
Yeah, one wonders. This is the final over. They need 27 runs. And you find him still coming in and bowl no balls. Score moves to 81. As Lewis now going to bowl to Keon George. Yeah, outfield, just hazy atmosphere as Lewis is up to the wicket to bowl to George. Again, George is wide signal by the umpire. Again, George looking for the big drive. So he still have that no ball, free hit. Really sort of ill-disciplined bowling by Lewis. He really has struggled as he's up to the wicket to bowl to George. And George is swinging this one down to the fielder on the boundary, who takes the catch.
Well, they obviously not paying attention to the game. He was actually walking off. And it was a free hit.
Yeah, just seemed to lose concentration, lose focus. So 83 for 1.
I think they might have probably given up the hopes of winning, but they were still in a chance. They were 5 deliveries, needed 30 plus runs.
Daniel McDonald faces Lewis and hit this one way down to cover, and the fielder comes in off the boundary. That's George, and the batsman take yet another single. 84 for 1. 3 deliveries remaining. Safan strikers really would end up 15 points. Really show the toughness the side is made up of. As Lewis. This one right up. And Keon George just come down on this one, pushing it on the onside. And Lewis fields. Lewis, second over, gone for 14 so far. It's 84 for 1. 21 needed from 2 deliveries. So 104 we consider not a big total. But to come back and actually win by over 20 really has been a good effort. And this one there. Sort of nothing short. George looking to just play it on the onside. Maybe from outside the off stump, made no contact.
I think it's just going through the formality, really. He's probably given up on the game, so he just pushed the bat at the ball, no contact. Well taken by the keeper.
So Lewis going to bowl the final delivery.
Not sure.
It's up to bowl to George. You're certainly right. Not the final delivery because another wide.
Yeah, he has not been very disciplined in his bowling throughout the competition. So you wouldn't take a bet on him having to bowl the last delivery, whether it could be a wide or no ball.
And one, you could see him as he reaches his mark. He does not really think, just run up and bowl. Hit ball straight back to Lewis, who fields. And that's the end of the over. Ginger Generals. 85 for 1. Another convincing victory by Safan Strikers, who scored 104 for 2. And Ginger General only getting up to 85 for 1. And yet again another convincing win by Safan Strikers.
Yeah, very convincing based on the score they had, and they bowled beautifully. They kept them under constant pressure. They were never able to get away. They were never able to hit many attacking shots. They were never able to hit many boundaries. And as a result, falling short by some 20 runs in a pretty low scoring game.
Yeah, one really got the impression that 104, one would have thought that, you have a better effort from Ginger Generals. We haven't seen much of K2 in the last few games. He started well, but we haven't seen him go on. And they would have really loved to get off to a win here that will probably just give them some more confidence going into the semi-finals.
I think they might have put a lot of hopes on K2, and it seems that he himself wasn't able to get going, and then when he left, like, no one had that momentum to push them forward.
So just to give you the details, batting Roland Keto, he was bowled by Williams at 11, 7 deliveries, and he hit 2 fours in that inning. Daniel McDonald not out 38, 32 deliveries, and he hit 4 fours, and Keon George not out on 20. He also had 1 4, faced 23 deliveries, 85 for 1. Williams 2 overs, 1 for 20. Lewis 2 overs, none for 15. John 2 overs, none for 18. Philip 2 overs, none for 15. And Jelani George 2 overs, none for 15. A pretty impressive stop by Jelani George. The first match we have seen him bowl Ali, you know, and he looked the part.
Yeah, he definitely bowled well. He wasn't afraid. He's a small guy. He wasn't afraid to flight it. He wasn't afraid to try things. You know, he kept the ball reasonably well up to the bat and restricted any one of the batsmen from hitting him for many boundaries.
So we have come to the end of our final game today. Saffron Strikers defeating General by 20 runs. So we are now into the semi-final stage, which will be played tomorrow. Our first game starts at 9:30, and a second game will start at 12. Saffron Strikers ended at top of the table with 15 points, and they probably will be coming up against Nutmeg Warriors in tomorrow's semi-final. And then we have Ginger General. They're going to come up against Cinnamon Pieces. We're also going to have the 5th place playoff. So we do have a full schedule of games scheduled for tomorrow. And we really trust that, again, we will continue to have fine weather. And certainly we'll be back here to bring you all the broadcasts. So we wish you a very good evening, very good night where you are. And just remind you to join us tomorrow as we conclude in this next round of our games, Dream 11 Spice T10 tournament. And we hope that you're going to join us as we continue to bring you the commentary.